Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining our last day of SSER International Congress. I want to remind you that today we have a shorter day. I am Dr. Cosmin Dima, and I'll be your host today. So today we have only one break between 11:30 and 12. Don't forget to visit our expo area. We have a virtual expo area, and I would like to invite you to see the products, to see the offers, and don't lose this chance to get very good deals. We will start today with Dr. Bogdan Oprea. Dr. Bogdan Oprea graduated the Faculty of Dentistry Târgu Mureș in 1994. He is a founding member and president of the Association of Dental Learning. He taught over 90 postgraduate training courses in collaboration with various professional associations nationwide, and over 50 conferences in congresses and other meetings, other scientific meetings. He has published 2 books as first author and is a co-author of 6 books in the field of prosthodontics. I would like to tell you that you have the chance to ask questions, so don't lose this chance. Nobody will see your name. The questions will be posted like anonymous, so please ask questions. You have this chance to ask directly the speaker. Don't lose this chance. So seeing that we have a beautiful day and a beautiful Congress, I would like to invite Dr. Bogdan Oprea to share his knowledge with us. Bogdan, you have the podium.
Thank you, Cosmin, and good morning, everybody, and welcome to the first online SSR Congress. It's not what we hope, but I'm very glad that still the Congress happened. I'm honored and very happy to be part once more again in this great event. And I hope my conference from today will give you at least few answers and maybe few idea about how to start to practice dentistry in the new era of COVID-19. Cosmin, just tell me if my presentation is visible on the screen.
Yes, everything is perfect.
Okay,
so
my topic for today, it's one session aesthetic digital dentistry during COVID-19 period from a medical and managerial / financial perspective, because in these 2 months, I think all the dentists all around the world, they understand that in our field of practice, it's not important, not just the medical part, but also the management and the financial part. So I tell you one more time, as Cosmin, please be active listener and put question and use the opportunity to ask us anything you want to know. I don't know what happens. Yeah, I think it's working or not working, not working. Why it's not working my keynote? Something is wrong, sorry.
No problem. Let's try again.
Yes, I don't have my, okay, back, yes. Yeah, okay. New keyboard, new key to touch on in Zoom. So once again, please put your question, and Cosmin, I hope will help us to collect them and to try to answer. Oh, no, it's not working. No, this is what should I done? Yes, this is working. This is working. Yes, finally. Okay, a little bit bumpy start. I think that in the audience we have CEREC user, we have users of optical impression scanners, but also dentists who did not make yet the step to the digital dentistry. So in this conference, I will try to speak for everybody and to try to give you some tips and tricks for the CEREC user or for the intraoral scanner users, but also to help the non-digital dentist yet to understand how big are the advantage of digital dentistry and how this digital dentistry can change our practice and our life, of course, in better. Today, it will be about a recipe because I want to talk to you about my vision about this period. Some people think of this period as a surviving period. Some other people think as a growth or development period. And in my opinion, this is the best period in our field of practice to grow and to develop, because we have the chance to change the way in which we will deliver dentistry from now on in the future, in the benefit, in our benefit and in our patients' benefit. Still fight with my keynote. I really don't understand what happens. My computer is blocked. Okay, we will have today a conference, and after that a short workshop in which I will show you and I will demonstrate you how we can use the optical impression and the CEREC software to design two central crowns on the central incisor using the biocopy method. And you will see how fast and how easy we can obtain aesthetic result with digital dentistry and with the CEREC system. Why digital technologies? Because my vision was to be able to offer to my patient a complete digital workflow from the first visit to the end of the treatment. And also, we need digital dentistry because nowadays we can create in our computer the digital patient during the initial consultation, and we can make all the diagnosis, all the treatment plan, all the digital smile design without the presence of the patient. So, of course, we must think in the first time to our patient. So, just imagine each of you that you are a patient. And if you are a patient, when you think to the dentist, normally you think to the pain, to the unpleasant impression, to multiple visits to finish a treatment, to the cost, to the prices, and to the time that you will spend in the dental office. And for most of the patient, the reaction is something like this when they think to the dentist. But what if you are able to tell to your patient, we need only one visit to finish your treatment with no pain, no impression, no multiple visit, no extra cost, and you will save time and money. And normally in my clinic, all the patients have a reaction like this when I explain them the benefits of one single visit dentistry. And the first question is, how soon can I have an appointment? This reaction I tested in the last 8 years from when I start to practice digital dentistry. But if you are a dentist, just think to the fact that you deserve a new way to make dentistry. You deserve, of course, my keynote, it's, who knows where is my keynote working? No, okay. You deserve a new way to make dentistry without stress and with better tools. You deserve to have full control and to eliminate the hazard from daily activities specific to the analog dentistry. You don't need to wait and to spend time to see if your impression, it will be okay, if your restoration that came from the dental lab, it will fit and it's in a good color. So if you step into the digital dentistry, for you, it will open the door to one single visit to finish a treatment with no more classic impression, with no more retaking impression. You will increase your efficiency, predictability, profitability in your daily activity, and you have access to almost limitless indication. Very short, my story with my CEREC and with digital dentistry started in 2008 when I heard for the first time a conference regarding digital dentistry. I don't know, from time to time, my keynote stopped to work and I really don't know what to do. Okay, it's like a puzzle. In 2012, I start with my first CEREC. In 2014, the second CEREC. And then in 2015, the third system. Also in 2015, I became a certified CEREC trainer by International Society of Computerized Dentistry. And from then I start to give lecture and conference, and also to train all the dental team who decide to invest in digital dentistry and to start to work on this road of CEREC users. Last year, we have opened in Sibiu a new brand clinic with a dental training center in which we give masterclass trainings for all the dentists and dental team members who are interested in digital dentistry. So for everybody, you must know my way, it's the digital way, even if today my keynote gives me some problems. So let's go back to One Visit Digital Dentistry before COVID-19 period. From the start, from the moment that I start to practice digital dentistry, in my opinion, the One Visit Dentistry was the best solution from medical point of view and also from financial point of view. From time to time, I don't know what happened. What happens here? It's amazing. Okay, so from medical point of view, if you start to work with digital system, you must understand that the CAD/CAM chairside system will open for you the doors to the most conservative preparation ever. You will have access to preparation in which you will touch only what is damaged. Also, the classic crown will be always the last solution or the last option, because the CAD/CAM system gives you access to more conservative approaches. Of course, when we work in the concept of one visit dentistry and we don't need provisional and we are very conservative with the preparation, the chance to preserve the teeth vitality increase. So, in conclusion, from medical point of view, the teeth of your patient will love the CEREC restoration. But from financially point of view, you must think to the ratio between procedure cost and standard fee, to the predictability of your treatment, to the profitability, to the efficiency. Oh my God. It's like a puzzle game with my keyboard. Enter, it's not working. Enter, it's not working. I don't really understand what happens. My God.
Wait a little bit, don't press too many times, because sometimes if you press too many times, it will be...
Give me my bag. I will try to take my pointer. Maybe with my pointer, I will control the other bag. No, it's not here.
No worries, Bogdan, we can do it.
Yeah, I know, but you know, I wait so long to be part of this event, and to happen that to me, it's such not a good.
When we have a live transmission, we can have such kind of things, but no worries, because I'm sure the participants are very curious to see your lecture, so they will wait a little bit to fix everything.
Yeah, let's
take your time, no problem.
Let's see what happens. I don't know if it's a settings from the Zoom that.
No, for sure no. I think something is wrong with the connection, because I saw you have, sometimes you have a delay after you press the button, you have a delay, so something is wrong with the connection or something is wrong with the laptop. But
it is very, very strange. What? Because it never happens that to me.
yes, we all think that will never happen to us, but sometimes
Yeah.
we face such a situation.
No, I didn't confront with this.
Yes, I know you had a different setting, but because we decided to change it because the transmission was not perfect, we decided to change it, and that's why.
Okay, I think I manage or not. So.
In the meantime, I will tell to the participants that we have 2 sessions with Dr. Bogdan Oprea. We have the first one theoretical and the second one is practical. So we can mix a little bit, and if we lose sometimes now, we can mix the parts and we will be in time at the end. After that, anyway, we have a coffee break, but being at home, you can take your coffee with you. So if we are taking a little bit from your coffee break, we can manage it. But please don't forget to visit the expo area also. And please don't forget to ask questions. And be sure when you are trying to ask questions, be sure that you are on the presentation, you want to know the answer. If you, for instance, log for the first presentation, but you want to ask for the second presentation, just be sure that you are logged in the second presentation. Okay, ready, Bogdan?
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yes, of course.
Okay, super. I managed to take my pointer and I use my pointer to
Great.
Go forward to the keynote. So the one visit dentistry, if we think from financially point of view, we must think to the ratio between procedure cost and standard fee, to the predictability of our treatments, to the operative time, to the efficiency and profitability. Of course, the productivity of our clinic is very important. So why all that? Because there are 4 puzzle pieces that the number one is the money and the management. The second one is the dentistry, the best treatment that you can offer now to your patients. Of course, the third one is the patient, and the fourth one it's your team. And yeah, and it's full screen.
No, you have to press play button.
Yeah.
Button. We see the slides on the left side. Yes.
And now?
Just to play.
And now?
No. Press the play button.
I am in full screen mode.
Well, we can see the slides on the left side, like you are not in the full screen.
Okay, just a moment. Stop share. Share. Keynote. Share. Play.
Play. Okay, now it's perfect.
Now it's perfect. So these 4 puzzle pieces come together and define your clinic and your office. If we think to the first piece, the money and the management, just think like this. You as a dentist and your team, you are the pilot, and your clinic is this beautiful race car. But when your tank fuel become empty and you don't have the money to put fuel in your tank, nothing happens with your skills as a pilot, and your car don't go anywhere. So I just watched a webinar on Spear Education platform, and Dr. Frank Spear said this quote that it's very important for me: never take your eyes off the cash flow, because it's the lifeblood of your business. So if you see this, it's take from Google, it's in Romanian. There are a lot of action in this period to take donation from the people and for the country to sustain the medical health system. So it's very clear, without money, we will not have a functional health system. This is also in our field of practice, because only in the clinic or an office that is financially held, we can deliver performance dentistry. So you must think also each day to the money, because the money are the way in which you can perform beautiful dentistry. The 2 important questions is how much money do you need, and how you generate the amount of money that you need for your performance dentistry that you want to deliver. So in this period, many of you just think to the surviving, just want to survive in this period. For this one, for this surviving period, you must know what is your BEP, break-even point. You must know from what kind of treatments do you produce your BEP, how many patients or treatments do you need to produce your BEP, and how many hours do you work for your BEP. Of course, it's very important if you are alone or you are in a team. But also, you must think to your growth and your development, because, okay, you will survive for 1 month or 2 months, but what you do after that? So you must know how much do you need to earn per month to generate profit and growth and development. You must know how many days or hours do you have left per month after you reach your BEP to generate your growth and development and, of course, profit. What kind of treatments or what kind of patient do you need to generate your growth, development, and your profit? And, of course, if you are alone or you are in a team. This is 1 hour of work, a direct composite restoration. I call that the Bohemian dentistry, because I think in the next few years, this kind of dentistry will start to fade away, maybe to disappear, because if you spend 1 hour to create a direct composite restoration, it's beautiful from your point of view, and you are very satisfied as a practitioner because you manage all this situation. But from predictability point of view, it's not so okay. From operative time of point of view, it's really bad. And from the ratio between procedure cost and standard fee, it's really, really bad for your practice. Because with the, with the average price in Romania, I put an example with a fee of 50 euros for 1 direct composite restoration. The net for your office, not for you as a dentist, for your office, after 1 hour of work, it's only 24.5 euro, more or less. Yeah. But if you start to change and in 1 hour of work, you are able to perform 2 direct composite restoration, like in this example, on tooth 1.7 and 1.5, and on tooth 1.6, you will create a CEREC inlay. From medical point of view, it's much more better, and from economically point of view, it's much, much, much better, because your net, the net of your office after this 1 hour of work, it's, you see, 285 euros. And just look how beautiful it's the marginal ridge, the mesial marginal ridge of the inlay, and just think yourself how hard you work to obtain that with manual handling of direct composite restoration. So this approach, with a combination between digital dentistry and analog dentistry, it's better from all point of views. So from financially point of view, we must think to the one visit dentistry in terms of the possibility to perform multiple treatments in one session for one patient, and also from the front office point of view to have a good management of your daily agenda. Because you can have only 2 patients per day, like in this example. Patient number 1 in office number 1, on this patient, I perform 1 direct composite restoration on tooth 1.7, 1 endo treatment and 1 endo crown on tooth 1.6, and 2 inlays, 2 CEREC inlays on tooth 1.5 and 1.4. And my front office know that when I have a patient scheduled for 3 CEREC restoration, I will have 1 hour dead for this patient, because it's the technical hour in which the milling machine will mill these 3 restoration, and my assistant will finish, glaze, and prepare for cement these 3 restorations. So my front office schedule me in this 1 hour that I have free, another patient, the second patient, on which I have performed 2 direct composite restoration on tooth 1.6 and 1.5. So after 4 hours of work, I have treated only 2 patients, but I perform 1 endo, 3 direct composite restoration, 3 CEREC restoration, and the revenue, it's perfect for my office. You can make your own math with your own prices, and you will realize how efficient it's to work only with 2 patients. So if we have a financially healthy office, we must think to the best dentistry that we can offer in this moment. And I think this is the best moment to start to change your mindset regarding digital dentistry. So please be calm and don't get shocked about what I'm going to say in the next few sentences. You must decide what kind of dentistry you want to offer to your patient in your daily practice. You must decide which technologies you want to have in your office. And only after you make this decision, you will see that the patients will follow you. So when to start to go in digital? Of course, it's your choice. But in my opinion, now it's the best time to take action. Let's go to the patient now. The third puzzle piece from your clinical office. Don't put the money between you and your patients. Again, keep calm and don't get shocked. The financial problems of your patients are not yours. That's all I want to say, and just think to that sentence. Your problems and your responsibilities are to focus on patients' health, to focus on increasing the communication skills, to create value and desire for the treatments that you offer, and to empathize with the patient and help him knowingly choose the correct medical solution appropriate to his financial resources. And we don't have to treat all the patients who came into the office, because the most frequent question that I receive is, but not all my patients have the money to pay for the CEREC, for digital dentistry and everything. And I told them to everybody, but not all the people have money to buy a Ferrari. So what? The Ferrari don't close his showrooms. And the fourth piece of the puzzle, of course, it's the team. You must train your team, you must grow your team, and you must be sure that your team is prepared to use all the digital technologies that you bring in your office in your future. Because if you bring a digital technologies and you are the only one who knows how to use it, it's not a good thing for your clinic or for your patients. So let's go to the one visit dentistry in the COVID-19 period. We are in the period that we live now. And from medical point of view, we have another thing to take in count, the epidemiological point of view. And from financial point of view, we have some problem with the cost of the new and more materials that we need, and also the time that we must spend between the patient according the recommendation. So in my opinion, this is a good period to redefine the emergency concept and the treatment solution, and maybe to start to think that in this period can be enough to have 1 or 2 patients per day, but to these 2 patients to offer 1 session dentistry with multiple treatments in 1 session. For me was very hard to understand why in the list of emergency treatments that we are allowed to offer in the quarantine period was only a dressing for pulpitis or for a dental pain, because in my opinion, it's better to solve the pain in 1 session with endo treatment and with final restoration, and it's best for the patient, it's best for you, and the tooth will be saved. Also, it's the time in this period to think, or maybe to give away the classic impression with all the problem with disinfection and sterilization and everything, so the epidemiological problem, and to switch to optical impression. And another thing, to it's good to think in this period to have a solution to offer in-house prosthetic solution and to collaborate with the dental laboratory only for the big cases. Also, the classic X-ray, intraoral or panoramic, or maybe it's time to switch to the 3D X-ray examination, the CBCT. So because we are in the presentation support by Dentsply Sirona, it's my joy to tell you that Dentsply Sirona provide us almost all the tools that we need to be able to offer one visit digital dentistry. In my clinic, I build up this digital workflow around the CEREC system, and I bring along the CEREC system the Orthofos SL 3D, the InLab system, and also technologies from third-party production like Formlabs 2 3D printer, the T-Scan system for digital analysis of occlusion, and also the digital platform like Digital Smile Design app or Smile Cloud app that I use now. So what means one visit dentistry in the COVID-19 period means that we must try to perform as many treatments as possible in one session and to not leave unfinished treatment with provisional solution, of course, in the case where the clinical situation allows that. But to be able to do that, of course, we must plan, prepare, and then perform this one visit dentistry. So going back to the pulpitis, to make just a dressing or to make a full treatment. In my opinion, if we make an anesthesia, we isolate the tooth with rubber dam, and we perform the endo treatment, it's better for the patient, and it's much more better if after we check the result of our endo with 3D endo examination, like in this image, to finish everything with one endo inlay in this case, and in 2 hours, 2.5 hours, to be able to say to our patient, we have finished with this tooth, you will not have any pain, and you don't must come back one more time for the treatment on this, for the treatment of this tooth. So let's talk about one visit dentistry from these 3 points of view: epidemiologically, medically, and managerial or financially, and look to the digital solution that we have. First thing, you must know, all the dentists from Romania know that we have some recommendation from the Chamber of the Dentists, and they said here, we recommend a break from at least 20 minutes between patients. So we will have a lot of 20 minutes break per day. The fact is we will have less patient per day. From epidemiological point of view, it's okay. From medical point of view, it's okay. But we must understand that what seems to be a bad news from financially point of view can be also a good news. And actually, like I told you at the start of the conference, one visit dentistry, one visit digital dentistry can be in the future a good solution also for the patient, but also for the dentist. From the patient point of view, of course, we reduce the risk of contamination. We give only, for example, only one sectorial anesthesia instead of several. We will reduce the intermediate meetings, and we will reduce the need of temporary. The patient will save time, money, and he will have an increase of comfort. For the dentist, of course, reducing the risk of the contamination. Longer session means increase of medical quality, but also increase of productivity, profitability, and ergonomics. Revenues are rising, and reducing the number of 20 minutes windows frame between the patient, that means we will have less dead time in our daily activity. Now, just think to this slide and to this quote. At a party, 20% of the guests will drink 80% of the alcohol. And leaving the joke apart, it was Wilfredo Pareto who said these rules that 20% of our efforts will give us 80% of the results. What means that in our dental business means that if you check your activity, you will realize that 20% of your patient will generate 80% of your income. So if we take just as an example, if in one day of classic practice you will have 10 patients and you will collect 1,000 euro, probably 2 of the patients will give you 800 euros and the other the rest. So you must realize that you can have 7 patients who refuse your treatment plan or postpone your treatment plan if you convince the third one to accept your treatment plan. And maybe it will be better if in one day or practice, instead of 10 patients that give you 1,000 euro, you will have only 3 patients who from which you collect 1,200 euros. So the question to take home is to identify who is the patient in the area of 20% and what is the treatment who generate 80% of your income. So just look at this one visit dentistry like an opportunity to move your practice with the focus on the 20% of your patient who want now your treatment plans and your solution, and you will grow financially instead of surviving. So just think to this idea. In my opinion, after these 2 months of no dental services all over the world, some changing in the mindset of the patient will appear. And maybe part of the patient will become proactive and they will think, okay, maybe it's time to solve my dental problem and to avoid in the future to have an emergency and don't have a dentist on which I can appeal. So maybe these proactive patients are not so many, and maybe they are only 20%. And the other are reactive, 80%, and said, okay, I don't have money, it's a bad period for me, maybe I will wait, I will postpone my dental treatment. But if in this period we will focus on this 20% of proactive patients and we will have the digital solution in our office, it will be a big opportunity to grow and to develop and not just to survive. So just look to the CBCT, Orthofos SL3D. In my opinion, it's the only radiological investigation that it's really correct to have it in nowadays. And look at the recommendation of the Chamber of the Dentist. We recommend to replace the intraoral X-ray with OPG or with CBCT. And just think that in a CBCT, you will have always also an OPG. So for the first consultation, the best solution is to make a 3D investigation. But CBCT is much more than that, because in Orthofos SL3D, I have 4 apps, SciCat Air, SciCat Implant, and SciCat Function, and SciCat Endo, that give me the opportunity to increase the area in which I will use the information from the CBCT, and also to increase the range of service that I can offer to my patient, the treatment that I can offer to my patient. So CBCT SciCat Function, we have, not for the first time, but now we have the opportunity to measure the exact values of the TMG left and right for each patient. Yeah, it will be a very precise and very individualized determination, and we can set our virtual articulator from the CEREC or from the InLab or from other softwares like ExoCAD to the correct parameters of each patient. So we will use a digital face bow with this software, and we will have the opportunity for the first time to have the real values of the TMG, dynamic and static. With the SciCat Air, we have the opportunity to examine the upper airways of the patient and to identify the risk of OptiSleep apnea and to collaborate with the doctors who are specialized in that and to offer to our patient night guard to treat the OptiSleep apnea. And my favorite app is the CBCT Endo, 3D Endo, and CEREC give us the opportunity to make a 3D planning before starting the endo treatment, and after that to make a 3D evaluation of our endodontic treatment. So if you look at this 2D X-ray, everything seems to be okay. But if we look to the, if we look to the 3D, in the 3D section, we will see that we have missed an MB2 on the upper second molar. So it's very easy to identify the cause of pain for the patient and to solve the problem. And after we have made the retreatment, to check once again and to have the certitude that our treatment now is okay. Also, when we have a situation like this with pulpitis and due to a secondary caries under a new bridge, it's very easy to plan in 3D the endo treatment, to know where to make the minimal invasive access point and to perform with the help of a ninja access an endo treatment and to protect the new restoration that the patient had received. So, and of course, the CBCT we can use for implant planning and guided implantology. One single examination covers all the information that the dentist needs for all your treatments. And in my opinion, the CBCT must become the standard examination at the first consultation for a new patient with the respect of ALARA principles. If we go to the optical impression, of course, with the CEREC, we have the prime scan and the OmniScan, and we have a lot of indication in which we can use the optical impression. It's a beauty to have access to optical impression. We have the possibility to export STL files and to send it to the lab and to collaborate with the digital dental laboratory. But also the optical impression is fast, precise, easy to control the quality, easy to identify the errors, easy to correct, to retake, it's comfortably. And nowadays, it's very important that it's much more hygienic than the analog impression. In optical impression, what you see, it's what you get. And now I'm very happy that I own a prime scan, because the new design of the prime scan was made for hygienic use, because we have only smooth surfaces without buttons, without keyboards, and it's very easy to be hygienized after each patient. So if we think to the optical impression versus analog impression from epidemiologically point of view, I think this picture reveals exactly my opinion. We can not compare. It's like, I don't have words to say how much better it's the optical impression versus the analogic impression. From medical point of view, it's also a good solution, because we have the certitude of 100% precision, and from managerially and financially point of view, it's much more cheaper and will generate new treatments. Also, epidemiologically, the optical impression, it's 100% safe, and one time it's enough. We will perform one single optical impression at the first consultation, and in the future we will use and reuse this optical impression without need to retake it each time we start a new treatment for our patient. And from a managerial and financially point of view, the most important thing is that the optical impression help us to explain, to communicate with the patient, and we will see an increase of treatment proposal acceptance. Like this case, in which it's very easy after you make the optical impression to have now a virtual patient on your computer, to turn it around, to identify a fistula that maybe you missed during, actually I missed it during the clinical consultation, and to rotate from all points of view, to activate the virtual articulator, to reproduce the movement on the patient, and to use it as a tool to explain and to show to the patient what are the problems, and then to show them and to explain to him what are your treatment proposal for him. And going further to the one visit dentistry with the CEREC, it's very simple, because with CEREC we have 6 simple steps: prep, scan, design, mill, finishing, and then cementing. In less than 1 hour sometime, or maybe 90 minutes, but for sure in one session, we have the opportunity to finish a treatment and to deliver to our patient a full ceramic restoration. And also not only one full ceramic restoration, but also multiple ceramic restoration in single session. So one visit dentistry with CEREC means a good solution from epidemiological point of view, because we give to the patient the best protection ever. It's one session and that's all. From medical point of view, it's the best solution because we have access to almost limitless indication. From managerial point of view, if you have one gold patient per day who accept to receive this kind of CEREC restoration, it's perfect for you. But maybe you will think, okay, you have shown us a situation with 2 patients, but now I have only one office, and how can I manage? And look at this new patient, and you will see that sometimes just 1 patient per day can be enough for you. This is a case on which I work around 3 hours, but I have a good time management. I started with retreatment on 2 to 7, and after that I prep for the endocrown, I scan and I design. That means around 50 minutes. During the milling time, approximately 50 minutes, I make to this patient 2 direct composite restoration on the premolars. After that, I receive the milled crown and I make the intraoral check. Then I send the crown in with my assistant for finishing glazing, and I start to perform other 2 direct composite restoration. And during the period in which the restoration was prepared for cement, I perform 4 occlusal sealing on the lower premolars. So on one patient, in around 3 hours, more or less, I perform 1 endo retreatment, 1 endo crown, 4 direct composite restoration, 4 sealing, and make the mat. And you know, you will see with your prices that it's a good revenue per day for your office. And also it's a good solution for the patient, because he will need only 1 visit, and okay, almost all his dental problems was solved. So with one visit dentistry, with one digital visit dentistry, with the CEREC system, this patient will no longer have to bear the additional cost of specific COVID protection. You know, in this period, we speak a lot about the new cost and who will pay, the clinic, the dentist, or the patient. But if you have patient on which you perform one visit dentistry with multiple treatments in one visit, this is not really a problem. So now it's time to see some clinical cases, just to understand what other kind of treatments we can perform in one visit dentistry with the CEREC system and all the other technologies. Practically everything is possible, for single tooth restoration till full mouth rehabilitation. We can perform emergency interventions, inlays, onlay, perform I go a little bit fast because I don't know how we are with the time.
Yes, it's because we are already 5 minutes late, but take your time, but consider that we have to...
okay, just give me one more I think, 10 minutes for the clinical case, and then we go to the practical part. Okay. So in a case like this, with the chipping, very fast, probably the smallest CEREC in the world, in one session was fixed. A case like this was fixed with retreatment and endocrown in one session. A treatment like this, a broken tooth with build-up and then a crown in one session, and that was happened in 24th of December in 2015, and 5 years later the restoration are beautiful and in the place. A crack like this, a tooth like this can be saved with endo-V prep and the CEREC IMEX restorations. Yeah. A situation like this, 2 days before the wedding. These are emergency cases that I'm performing during the years. And here I have also the follow-up after 6 years. When of course, I perform another CEREC restoration, we can make inlays on one tooth or on 2 teeth like this. This is an example of 1 day CEREC day with 3 cases, each case with 1 CEREC restorations, multiple restoration in one session, and crown on posterior, endo-V crown on lateral, best solution for endomolar. Aesthetic situation, because we are at the Aesthetic Congress. In 1 day, we changed this old crown and we put 4 new Empress multi-crowns with beautiful results. We can perform bridges, 3-element bridges, provisional or from IMEX. Also in implant, we have solution from guided implantology for single implant. We have in first step 3D X-ray imaging with optical impression, then prosthetic planning, then prosthetic driven implant planning. After that, we make the surgical guide and perform the guided implant insertion. Like this, clinical situation, CBCT, prosthetic plan, prosthetic guided implant planning in the CBCT, then design the guided implant insertion with no flap, no surgery, no sutures, and then the crown over the implant, the provisional crown, and after that, after the integration period, the final crown also in one session made from IMEX in this case. With the in-lab integration, we can perform a solution, digital solution in implantology for multiple implants, like in this case where we put 2 implants, and it's possible. And the final 2 cases, SMILE design for the Congress, a subtractive situation. This is a situation not for cardiac dentist. This is the initial situation. The patient refused the ortho solution, so the workflow was to scan, to print a 3D model, to make diagnostic preparation on the model, to scan again and to make the crown or veneers design, and to use the digital SMILE app from the CEREC to show to the patient. After that, of course, to prepare the teeth. All the teeth keep their vitality, don't be worried. And in 1 day, starting at 8:30 in the morning until 10 in the evening, this is the image at 10 o'clock in the evening, and we are able to give to our patient a new smile, and she was very happy with a complete digital workflow. So the other case, an additive situation like this, a lot of erosions. So you see the nature had prepared the teeth for us. Scan, digital wax up in lab in this case, with the increase of DVO, of course, and the digital wax up printed in 3D model. We have performed a direct mock-up in the mouth, and this is the mock-up. The patient give us the okay to go to the final restoration. On the lateral teeth, I have put only direct composite because I have only 1 day at disposal to make everything. So we make direct composite tabletops on lateral and veneers on the 6 frontals from upper and 6 frontal of the lower. So in the left, you see the initial situation, and in the right, the final situation in the morning and in the evening. And the new smile, and the patient was very happy. So, in conclusion, digital dentistry is the present. Don't wait too long. One session digital dentistry is the win-win solution during and after COVID period. Resolve to be a master of change rather than a victim of change. This is my #1 advice from you, take from Brian Tracy. So thank you very much for your attention, and now we will switch to the CEREC for the workshop.
Bogdan?
Yes?
Do you need 5 minutes to
No,
prepare everything?
we can stay. Okay, just a moment. Stop share. Yeah, just to switch, to change the camera, the VR. Okay, and now share screen. Okay, share screen. I want to share my desktop.
Yes.
No, not my desktop. I want to share VR. Okay, just a moment, Cosmin.
Okay.
Tell me what you see now on your. You don't see. You see my CEREC.
Bogdan?
Da?
Let's have 2-3 minutes break. The participants could go to enjoy a coffee and go to expo area. We prepare everything, and please come back in 5 minutes.
But tell me what you see now on the screen.
We will talk in 1 minute. Just let me introduce to the participants the idea.
Okay.
So, dear participants, it's time to take the best coffee and visit the virtual expo area and make the best deal. We will be back in 5 minutes.
Okay.
So we are back with Dr. Bogdan Oprea. He will show us some practical part now. So Bogdan, please, you have the stage again.
Okay, for today I prepare you a very fun exercise in which I will show you how can we use the design features, the biocopy design of the CEREC system when we want to make two central incisor using mock-up that we have performed before, and the patient said, okay, I like it, let's do it. So for the first step, we are in the administration step, in which we will choose the biogeneric copy way of the design. We define a material like Empress cut multi for grinding, and then we said we touch and define the sorry, stai că v-am pe voi aici. Okay, and the 2-1. So we define these two teeth that will be made because we said we want to use the biocopy design. That means that what means the biocopy design means that the software will copy the shape and the form of our mock-up and will replicate in the final restoration proposal that he will make. So we will scan in the first step our initial situation. Normally, it's not needed to scan the entire arch, but today we will perform the full arch scan just for fun. Oh, I cut my earphone. Actually, it's very easy to perform in the mouth of the patient than on the models, but in 45 minutes, we don't have the time to manage a live patient. I think it's enough. Then we scan the lower jaw. It's good. This is a tips and tricks for the scanner users. Don't scan too much because the size of your file will increase and then it will be longer to be managed by the computer, by the software. So just imagine that we have prepared, now is the time, we have scanned the initial situation, we have scanned the antagonist, and now we start to prepare the teeth. And I prepare so fast that the teeth are already prepared. So let's scan now the preparation. I just prepare for you for the central incisor 1.1 a preparation for a Richmond crown, just to see how good the scanner how good is the scanner in the root canal. Okay. Okay, we have finished the upper arch, and now we take the occlusion. It's enough. And this is a moment to remember that you work under Windows platform, so it's good to touch the save button before go ahead with the design. And now our scan is saved, and we can, okay. Okay, we click next. And now the software will start to render these files and to transform this, I don't know, 3D video imaging in a much smaller file. Regarding the optical impression, it's good to use this optical impression at the initial consultation. You scan the upper arch, the lower arch, the occlusion. You can use this optical impression to start to communicate with the patient and to show him the problems and to explain the solution. And it's very easy after that to use the same impression, because if the patient decides, okay, I accept your treatment plan, next week we will perform, I don't know, 2 crowns on the lower left molars. When the patient came for the 2 lower molars to the next meeting, it's very easy to open the initial impression that you already have in your computer, just to touch the button Save As and to duplicate your initial impression, and then just cut the molars that you will prepare. And after you prepare the molars, you need to take just to complete the impression that you already have with the preparation. So the patient will pass through the full arch optical impression only one time during the initial consultation, and after that you can use and just correct with this impression that you already have with your preparation as many times as you need. So this is what I recommend for everybody, regardless if you are CEREC user or intraoral scanner user. Use your intraoral scanner to perform the full arch optical impression during the patient initial visit, and try to take the maximum you can from the information that this optical impression gives you, because for the patient it's very important to see what you explain, and it will be much easier to understand your treatment proposal. So our rendering is almost ready. Now the software will draw the preparation margin in automatically way. So we are in the model phase, in which we must perform our margins on tooth 2-1. It's very easy. To do that. And to tell to the software where are the limits of your preparation. When you use optical impression and you work with an external digital dental laboratory, I always said that it's important that the dentist will mark these limits and don't leave to the eye of the technician to do that, not because the technician don't know how to do, but because you are the dentist who have prepared the tooth, and you know much more better where you want to have the limit than the technician. And then the collaboration with the dental lab will be much more easier. Okay, we are almost ready. Super. It's absolutely okay. So we want to check now, because we want to copy the initial situation. Now we go in this step on which the software marks us on the initial situation a line, and we must define which part of our initial situation we want to be reproduced in the design proposal. So I want to see everything in the final restoration. I choose this model because he has a very beautiful morphology and texture. And also, I want to see this beautiful shape of the cingulum and the marginal ridges from the oral face. I want them on my final proposal. Also for the second incisor, we perform the same steps. Go back. I worked from 2008 till last spring only with the old version of CEREC with trackball and keyboards, and I'm not so used with the touch. This is a problem probably because I'm older and the touch screen, it's not in my. So if I don't like what happens, I just go and said, okay, reset. Okay, 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 okay. So we want to put the line here, and now it's better. And we can go and let the software to make the design. Yeah, it's very quick. And now we have the design. And if you look at the initial proposal, you can see how powerful it's the software and how good he can copy and mimic the morphological part of our, let's say, mock-up. So if you perform a good mock-up in the mouth of the patient, it's very easy to biocopy this direct mock-up and to obtain from the software in less than few minutes a very good proposal on which, in my opinion, I don't need to do almost anything. They are good to be milled. So if I activate the biocopy and overimpose the biocopy situation, we can see how perfect it's the overlap of these two proposals. So let's go back. And from this moment, we can go and mill the crowns. So this is how fast you can obtain two beautiful central incisor crowns if you have a good digital wax-up or a good digital mock-up in the mouth of the patient. And I'm sure you are curious to see how it looks the Richmond crown, because remember, on one tooth we have a Richmond crown. And look, this is the longer. So if we want to know how deep the prime scan can scan in a root canal, we just activate the distance tool. And if I put a click here and a click in the top of the radicular part, we see that the distance it's 10.74 millimeters. So even if the Richmond crown was a little bit forgotten in the last 2 years, just think how easy and how beautiful it's to have one single restoration on the root and on the crown, and to have only one adhesive interface instead to make a build-up with fiberglass and then to prepare the abutment and then to make an impression and then to make a crown. With the CEREC system, we can make this old called Richmond crowns, and you will have a much better solution. So I already milled this. Corina, să vedem acum un pic cum le arătăm la oameni coroana. Hai să vedem unde e modelul. Sau să mutăm aici. We will switch to the camera, to the other camera, and let's see. Let me check with Cosmin.
Da, Bogdan?
Vedeți modelele mele?
Da, sigur.
Da?
Da.
No, acum trebuie să facem doar un zoom. Eu o să o pun așa pe fundal negru. Ea este brută, exact cum a ieșit din... Stai să ies un pic de aici și să... Da? You can see the radicular part of the crown, and also if I switch, it's not too easy. I didn't think to prepare also the microscope for this workshop to see the beautiful details on terms of vestibular morphology.
No, we are not able to see the details.
Yeah, you are not able. I tried to, Corina tried to came as closer it's possible, but at least I can show you how easy it fits on the tooth, and that's all.
Okay.
And you just need to finish, to glaze, and to prepare for adhesive cementing. And this is the way in which we can work very fast and with very beautiful results using the CEREC system. Of course, this is the ideal case in which we have a wax up and a direct mock-up. How we stay with the time?
It's time for questions if you are ready, or if
okay, I am ready because it's so fast and so easy.
Okay. So the first question would be, what about high aesthetic cases? Could you replace the art of dental technician?
No, never, never. So I want to be very clear on that. With a lot of trainings, and if we are a little bit skilled, we can perform alone an emergency case with one broken tooth, one broken central incisor, or two broken central incisor, like you see in my conference. But normally, I work with my dental technician for all my aesthetic and beautiful cases, and we have such a nice way to create a workflow between the dental technician and myself in a digital way, because I want that the patient to benefit from the best. My best preparation, my best optical impression, but also the best of the technician skills in terms of layering or individualization. I have two type of workflow with my dental technician, depend of the complexity of the case. In a normal case like this one, like I show you, where I don't have problems in terms of shape or alignment or thing like this, I will mill the restoration in the final form, and then during this time I will print also a 3D model, and my dental technician will perform the final adjustment in terms of lines, of microtexture or pigmentation, yeah, with pigments, and then final glazing. In much more difficult case, I will prep the teeth, I will scan, and I will mill not the crowns, but the copings. I make copings from Emacs. For the machine, I need, I don't know, 5 to 7 minutes to mill one coping. So for 6 veneers, I will have all in maximum 1 hour. I will make the intraoral check, and I will be sure that the coping fits okay. And then I will send to my dental technician the optical impression via online, no matter what system. In our case, the Serec Connect system. And I will send him via courier also the copings that I already have milled and checked in the mouth. So the technician will receive my optical impression and start to print the models. And in the time that the models will be printed, he will crystallize my copying, and then he will start to make the layering and to obtain all that beautiful optical effect that you can obtain only through layering. So there are two types of situation, but in both I collaborate with the dental technician.
Okay. The next question, can you describe the differences between OmniCam and PrimeScan?
Yeah, the difference is the PrimeScan, it's a new way of scanning and to obtain the pictures. The intraoral, okay, I don't know if I can share the screen.
Yes, for sure you can.
Yeah, let's see. The desktop, okay, share. You can see now my keynote?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, I will go because it's easy to show you on the pictures and to explain what the PrimeScan bring new.
Okay.
First of all, it's a big lens. A big lens means a much more area that he will be able to scan at one precise moment of the time. Then he had inside dynamics lens and smart, and the smart pixel sensor, he can process more than 1 million info per second. And now is the moment to explain. You know, many of you ask about the speed of intraoral impression. We don't speak about the speed in which we move with the scanner in the mouth, but we speak in terms of how speed is the scanner to receive and to process the information. And what is very important to the PrimeScan, he's the fastest scanner in these terms from the market, and you can perform a very accurate and fast optical impression. Also, the beauty of the intraoral scanner. Now I want you to see my, how can I switch back to my stop share? Okay, and I want to switch back to my Serec. Corina, CAD-CAM. CAD-CAM, no. This is my Serec, I think.
So in conclusion, you have a larger lens and
yes, a larger lens, but also the PrimeScan came with some kind of optical with some kind of artificial intelligence, he is able to recognize which are tooth, which are gingiva, which are tongues, which are the cheeks, and cut automatically during the impression. So I will share my screen here, and I want to share with you my CEREC. It's okay. I go to the acquisition just to show you. This is a very nice feature. So with the prime scan, you will scan much more fast, much more accurate than the Omnicam and others scanner. And also you will benefit from this artificial intelligence, because you can scan without the help of dental assistant, without the need of retractors, because he knows automatically how to cut the part that you don't want it.
Yeah, great.
Okay.
Okay.
Other question.
The other question. Do you think you have the same accuracy when you are dealing with full mouth rehabilitation?
Yes, this is the biggest advantage of prime scan. It's the most accurate for full mouth scan. You don't have almost any errors.
Are you sure that you'll have a perfect fitting if you are dealing with a full mouth rehabilitation?
Yes. In my last year presentation during your Congress, I have shown some movies with zirconia full mouth restoration and ceramic fused to metal full mouth arch, you know, that we call the horseshoe bridge, that fit on 10 or 11 teeth without friction, without anything.
And now, the price of intraoral scanners is decreasing worldwide. Do you think that Dentsply Sirona will follow this trend?
I hope not, but I want to tell to everybody, the CEREC system is the most expensive on the market, but it's the most cheaper on the market. I will share with you very fast my screen. Okay, share my keynote. Okay. And I will make you a very fast demonstration of ROI for a CEREC. Okay, I will put one blank. You see what I make?
Yes, yes. We can
okay,
see.
Just imagine, just think, the regular fee for an integral ceramic crown, it's this one. It's okay? You are agreed in Bucharest?
Can you press the play button? Because now we can see also the slides on the left.
Leave it. Doesn't matter at this moment.
Okay.
Just I will make this. Do you agree this is a fee for a ceramic restoration? And from this ceramic restoration, you will pay to the dental technician, let's say around 400. Yes? Okay. My task for you, it's like this. Find one patient per day on which you will perform this kind of restoration. And if you have one patient per day, multiplied with 20 days, that means 24,000 lei you will make in 1 month, only if you make one CEREC per day. So from this 24,000 lei, you will take apart 23,000 the cost production, and let's say 2,000 euro means 9,000 lei the interest to the bank. So if you perform one CEREC per day, one lateral crown, one inlay, and you charge 1,200 lei, you will have 24,000 lei per month. Yeah, instead, okay, you will deduct 3,000 the production cost and 9,000 the production costs are less, but I don't have now. I make all the calculus in euros and I don't remember now. And you deduct that, you will see that you will have 12,000 lei per month profit after you pay the bank and you pay the materials. And actually, let's see, it's 30 euros. Okay, 30 euros, it's okay. It's okay, 3,000 lei. So this is the ROI. It's the CEREC will give you money from the first month you start to use it. Just imagine, it's so simple to explain to one patient, okay, we need to make one inlay, we need to make one crown in your situation. You need only one patient per day. You will have 24,000 lei per month. You will take apart the 3,000 production cost, the blocks, the bars, and everything. And 9,000, just imagine 2,000 euro, the, cum se spune, Cosmin, rata la bancă?
We are
Bank
right.
rate. Bank rate. And after you pay your bank, after you pay your production cost, you will still have 12,000 lei profit per month. Do what you want with this money. It's very easy.
Okay, so this is a nice way to finish your presentation with such nice numbers, and I'm sure that the participants will be now more curious to enter in the expo area and to find out all the products and maybe some very good deals.
Yes, of course.
Thank you for your nice presentation.
Thank you, Cosmin, to having me here, and it was a pleasure to be with you today, despite all the little bumps on the start of the conference.
It's okay. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Bye. Bye.
30 minutes break. Actually, we will have only 24 minutes break, and we will come back with the next speaker and with a very nice presentation. We are waiting for you at 12 o'clock sharp. welcome back. We will continue our SSER International Congress with a very well-known speaker, dental technician Miladinov Miloš. He's from Romania. He's specialized in dental technician since 2002. He has his own laboratory since 2003, specialized in veneers and anterior sector aesthetics, using mainly metal-free Ivoclar materials. In 2015, Ugly Tooth becomes official ICDE Ivoclar training center in Romania, and Miloš becomes key opinion leader for Ivoclar worldwide. In 2016, his brand Shoot Like a Pro becomes officially online store with all equipment and accessories necessary for dental photography. He has published 2 books as first author and is co-author of 6 books in the field of prosthodontics. In 2017, he is official speaker at IDS Cologne in Speaker's Corner, talking about dental photography. Miladinov, you have the stage.
Thank you very much for a nice introduction. Recently, I became also the member of scientific committee of European Academy of Digital Dentistry. So this is really a big step forward for me. And I have the honor to speak today about full digital workflow and how we can integrate that in our daily workflow. My promise to you is that I will help you get out of the comfort zone and switch from analog to digital dentistry in less than 1 day. So I will start sharing the screen right now so you can actually see my lecture. And I will just say a few things about the topic today and also about myself. In the beginning, I want to say that I just released recently my new book about dental photography called The Book. And here you can see a short video about my picture. Okay, and here is a tip for all our participants today. So if you want to make the step for dental photography and you need the tips and tricks for equipment, for the body camera, for the lens, and for the lights, that's the one I highly recommend to each one of you. It's very and extremely affordable. It's not expensive at all, and it will give you really professional results. So this is the way to go. And here you can have a short sneak about the settings that I use in dental photography. And here you have the QR code, so you can go to my online course about dental photography. It's a full course where you will see the theoretical part and the hands-on part. And of course, here you can see the settings, main settings that I use in my daily workflow, in day-by-day cases, yeah, using my studio lights or my twin flashes. Okay, now let's go directly to the introduction of the lecture. And I created this workflow after many years of experience in digital dentistry field. 6-7 years ago, we started working kind of digital with CAD cams and lab scanners and so on, but it was not the moment to go full digital because we had a lot of missing links. And because the missing links came on the market and we were able to integrate them into our digital workflow, I'm able to offer you today the solution, how you can switch directly to digital workflow. Right now, because of the situation that we have, COVID-19 and so on, I can help you use full digital workflow and to see how you minimize cross-contamination in dentistry. Basically, if you have your equipments for full digital workflow, and that should be like an intraoral scanner, face scanner, and maybe a chairside printer, you can actually document your cases. You don't need to use camera anymore, because documenting with face scanner and intraoral scanner, you can actually get your virtual patients. You can get a 3D patient. So camera it's very hard to sterilize and clean after each patient, and you will destroy the camera eventually. So basically, that's why I really recommend you remove the camera from your dental unit area and have a separate room where you can do only photos and document daily cases using digital dentistry workflows. Also, what's happening when you work with your lab technician? He can be in another city, in another country, far away. Basically, you will not get in contact anymore using digital dentistry because you will send him the virtual impression, virtual face scan, and he will send you the milled restorations, provisionals, whatever it is, sterilized, and there will be no more contact between these two team parties. So that's exactly what we are using, the full digital workflow. And also, now I will show you a short introduction movie to see how our first full digital workflow course looked like 2 years ago when we started actually using it. Our lab was the first one in Romania, one of the first in the world to switch completely to digital dentistry, quit using analog impressions 2 years ago. Okay, so let's start first with the toys. Let's say each one of the teams needs to have a certain amount of toys, equipments that we need for full digital workflow. For example, if we are clinicians, dentists, we need definitely an intraoral scanner and a face scanner. All my dentists that I work with, they are usually from Switzerland, Germany, Austria, Belgium, Holland, and Hong Kong even. They must have an intraoral scanner and a face scanner because in this way we can create our virtual patient and we get a lot of information, not only from the intraoral point of view, but also we can do facially guided restoration, and more than that, functional restoration, due to the fact that face scanner is not just a face scanner. It's not providing me only the face of the patient, but more than that, it's becoming a digital Facebook. So we have the position of the maxilla in the patient head. Of course, other tools optional like CBCT if you are doing full mouth rehabs or implant restoration, then you definitely will need CBCT. And if you want to go next step to have chairside dentistry, you will need a chairside mill, a chairside printer for motivational or temporaries to print. Of course, augmented reality glasses, chairside software, T-scan, and the list can continue, but the main ones, intraoral scanner, face scanner, and of course, CBCT. Now, there are many communication tools because if we don't communicate with our lab or we don't communicate with our patient in a very effective way, we have no way to succeed in planning. Yeah? And the planning is the #1 component, the best and the most important one in our daily workflow. So we can use TeamViewer, we can use Photo Protocol, we can use SmileCloud app from Florin Kofar, which is, if you go to smilecloud.com, you will see it's an amazing app and it will help you create amazing simulation, real 3D, nice simulation. And of course, the DSD app by Ralph Jorg, friend of mine, the guy who invented the DSD app together with Christian Kochman. It's a very nice app to design smiles. And of course, my favorite is Exocad Web View, because this one allows me to communicate exactly on the real case with a real patient, with my dentist. And you will see what I mean about this in the next slides. And of course, we have the laboratory equipment. Everybody knows we need a good printer. I'm using Shera Print P30. We need a good milling machine. I'm using the VLAN Select Hybrid, the one what was previous from PM7 from Ivoclar. And of course, I'm using Exocad. It's a most user-friendly software to design smiles, and it has almost no problems. Yeah, it's one of the best softwares ever, and I switch very glad to this software from what I had before. And of course, we need the boxes, how to send a very safe way the cases to the dentist. So all these components will make our full digital workflow perfect. And I will start with the first component, which is a very stable, fast, and precise intraoral scanner. It's Medit i500. It's my choice. I've been using it since it came on the market, and I'm more than happy that I can use it not only for single crowns and single veneers. I can use it for full mouth rehabs, implant full mouth rehabilitations. I can use it for full mouth veneers, rehabs, and so on. So basically, it's not a toy. It's the most precise and fast intraoral scanner on the market right now, if you ask me, because I have experience with other scanners too, like Trios, and I couldn't find anything wrong in this scanner. Of course, it's very good because the price is very affordable. It has no annual fees, free updates, and with every update, this scanner is becoming a monster. With every update, he is improving so much, and it has a lot of features that we will go through it. Of course, it was the first scanner to have the PLI files, not STL, because the STL is already old and outdated. We are using PLI extensions already, because this is the new standard in digital dentistry, and it's more accurate than STL. You can see the texture, you can see perfectly the margins, and much more information, everything in color. That's huge. Now, one of the features that I like a lot is that, let's say you have to remove 2 crowns and you have no preps, they're visible. What will you do? Not like in this picture, because here we can see the preps, but what do? How do you tell your technician where to put the margins of the new crowns? With the Medit software, you can actually add the margins, draw them on your scan, and send this file to your technician. It will be automatically integrated into Exocad, so he will know exactly where to place his margins because you already draw it. Yeah. Then we have direct abutment identification system. This is allowing you actually to for the technician to know exactly which implant he used, which scan body, which type of analog he will need, and everything from A to Z. And this is a very nice feature also. Then artificial intelligence from Medit. It helps us create a digital verification jig. For example, you have an all-on-4 or all-on-6 case, and you have to create a physical verification jig. That's history, because this software allows you to do one scan, then another one, overlay them one on top of the other, and if there are distortions or errors, it will immediately tell you. If your surface of scanning will be green, it means that your scan is perfect. That's digital verification jig, and it's 100% accurate. I've been using it already with 2 or 3 full mouth rehabs on implants, and it works. So the time-consuming procedures like doing the trims, doing the verification jigs, physical ones, taking another impressions, and so on, it's history. You can do everything digitally very, very fast. Also, the distortion for the full arches was completely optimized due to the improved algorithms. So basically, we've been doing full arches already with this scanner for many months, years already. It's a year and a half, and no surprises. They introduced recently the partial face scan. So basically, if you don't own a face scanner, you can actually do a partial face scan and send this information so the technician can actually use it to do a facially guided restoration. So then you don't have any surprises with canted smile lines or wrong designs and so on, shifted midlines. And this will help you a lot. Also, to document the cases, I was saying before, I don't use my camera to document the cases, only If I want to create an article, I want to publish it on social media, then I will document with photography. And that's one case, maybe 2 cases per month. But for day-by-day cases, for daily patients, when you need legal information of before and after, you can definitely use your intraoral scan to document your cases, and that's my way. Another feature of the Medit software is that actually if you scan a patient, let's say we have a patient for ortho, and you want to communicate more effectively with this patient, what you can do, you can scan the patient, use the chairside printer. We use a Siga, and it's the one that I think it's the best one on the market for dentists right now. It's a very small, compact size, and you can use it to print the base actually and the model directly in the office, directly from Medit software. So you scan the patient, you add the base in the app, and export directly to the printer for printing. Then you can show it to the patient and tell him what you will need to do in the next step. Of course, Medit is an open software intraoral scanner, so you can actually connect it with different producers of aligners, and that's very, very nice. Also, you can use it to for indirect bonding. You can print your models and create this kind of transfers or splints, digital splints like this, or surgical guides. So basically, there is no limitation what you can do with an intraoral scanner. Now, everybody will ask me, okay, we get the intraoral scanner, but we need a good computer. What should be that one? In my experience, I'm using the Dell Alienware for more than 2.5 years. It was recommended by a friend of mine, Dr. Adrian Bacillo. He's using it for more years than I do, and he was having a great experience with it. The minimum recommended configuration should not be less than what you see on the screen. So basically, if you have friends in the state or friends that can bring you from America this computer, it's super cheap over there, $1,800 more or less, compared to 2,600 euros in Europe. And believe me, the scanner will fly with this. If you choose a very cheap gaming computer, believe me, the scanner will act poorly. It's not for Medit, it's for all the scanners on the planet. Give them power. They need a lot of horsepower. So do that. Now I'm using also these mirrors, actually glasses that are mirroring the content from my computer. Basically, if I'm scanning the patient and I'm looking at the patient while scanning, I will have to turn around my head to see what's on the computer to see if I scan correctly. With these glasses, I don't need to do that because I will have a projection of what I'm scanning directly in front of me. Yeah, and that's really very important because you are not losing time anymore. In order to protect your investment and not to drop your scanner or your computer from a normal table, you have this med card, which is specially designed for digital dentistry to protect your investment, because you pay 20,000 euros for face scanner, intraoral scanner, and you put it on the table and you don't want to fall it down. So that's my recommendation. Now, if you were bad at taking analog impressions, you will be bad at taking digital impressions too. Yeah, intraoral scanner is not a magic tool. It's a very good scanner, but will not scan under the gums. So basically, while prepping, I'm recommending a 000 in Salco's 000 cord, and then prep to the gum level. And of course, before taking the impression, use a DMG retraction paste, and then you will see very nice the preps and the margins. Yeah, it's very important. To help me scan faster and cheeks and lips free, I'm using the Optragate from Ivoclar, and I use it for every single patient, and the ScanMate that can help you hold the tongue away, especially when you are scanning the lower part, the mandible. Yeah. Now there is a face scanner, and this is kind of history, but this is the face scanner that created history in digital dentistry. This was the missing link, and since we have this tool, we can create functional smiles, not only facially guided, because now we are able to use the iPhone camera, yeah, the iPhone phone, and we can use these scan bodies that you see in the picture on the left side. You have the scan body head and scan body teeth. What will they do? They will help you integrate the face scan into exocad and the position of the maxilla into the patient virtual head. It will be accurate 100%, and you will be able to measure, using our workflows, the Bennett angle of the patient. So you will integrate it into virtual articulator, and you will use the values of the patient, not just some standard values. Yeah. And here you can see different application of the face scanner. You can see Frankfurt plan, Kemper plan, median line, Condilian guide, and measure the Bennett angles using this. You know, less than 5% are actually using a digital face bow or any kind of face bow. And here is the solution. You can train your assistant to take the face scans and intraoral scans, send everything to the lab, and the lab will provide you with STL file of the new mockup or whatever you need, the final restoration. There are different jaw trackers that you can actually track the movement of the patient. I've been not using them because I have a lot of information from my face scan. So basically another big investment, it's not required. Then we have a free software that you can use. It's called Autodesk Mesh Mixer. And we are using it when we have full mouth rehabs. Basically, let's say in case like this, when you have a very deep bite and the patient has a lot of abrasion, you need to open pretty wide, like 4 or 5 millimeters. And then we use a full CBCT like this, and we have special markers to open from 0.2 to 0.2 to 0.2 and more millimeters the mouth. So we can open step by step, and we look at the condyles so we don't do the translation of the condyles. That's the reason why we send the patient with the splint for the CBCT, the splint that he's wearing from 3 to 5, 6 months. And once he's comfortable with wearing the splint, we send him with that splint for the CBCT, and we use the CBCT to transfer the bite. Actually, we are not taking the bite with intraoral scanners. I told you already I'm using the ExoCAD, and I love its huge library of different smiles. Then we can create and add our virtual patient to our virtual articulator. We can check the functional part. And also we can use ExoCAD Web View. This is the component I told you I love the most, because even if the dentist left the office and he's in the restaurant or home or whatever, he can open the project on his phone, and you can download it for free, this app. And whoever purchases my online full digital workflow course, you will get a few projects, so you can download them for free. And you can check how the patient looks like. You can play with the transition layers like face, like CBCT, like intraoral scan, or the new design. And you can look at the new restoration from any point of view, and you can zoom in, zoom out. So this is making the communication perfect, yeah? And you will see, if you start using it, you will love it. Then we have the smilecloud.com, which due to the lack of time, we don't have only limited amount of time. I'm highly recommending you guys to go online and check it out, and the same also with DSD app. This is the chairside printer I was telling you about. It's a very small, compact printer that it's very fast and extremely precise. So I'm using this one, and I'm recommending to each dentist to use it for chairside dentistry and for printing the motivational mockups, to print the final model mockups for the silicone key, or to use it for printing provisionals, yeah? And this is very nice when your technician is really far away and you tell your assistant, please do the scanning of this patient, face scan, intraoral scan, send to the lab. They will send you a STL for approval. If it's okay, you can actually print it right away in your office in less than 2 or 3 hours. So basically in the same day, you can show the prototype of the future smile to the patient. And you will see some cases in the next few minutes. And this is the printer that we are using for our lab. And this is the printer. I've been using it already for almost 2 years. It's extremely fast, super accurate, and this is the printer that every laboratory should have if they work with very good dentists, yeah? If you look for precision, if you look for speed, if you look for quality, then definitely this one is the one I'm highly recommending. What we are doing actually with these printers, first printer with a SIGA, we can actually use to print the motivational mockup, yeah? This is when the patient we get from the dentist our patient details like intraoral scan and face scan, and we print individual veneers. So we can try them on non-prep teeth. If the patient likes the final outcome, how they look, we can start actually doing the preps, but we need another model. So then we print it in our laboratory, we print a full model like this, send to the dentist, or if he has a chairside printer, he can print it out and create a silicone key and create a classic mockup, a standard mockup that we use as a prep through guide, because we need to use that mockup to prep through, as Galip Gurel did in his technique. Yeah. Here you can see a standard version of the printed model, non-prep teeth, and mockup printed, motivational mockup printed, like individual veneers and how they set in the mouth without any post-processing. Okay, then we have Exoplan. If you are into implants and you want to plan your cases, it's really good option. Also, chairside Exocad. Exocad created the chairside software that you can use to create and design individual crowns, tabletops, inlays, onlays, veneers, and so on. And we have the first 5-axis milling machine for the chairside dentistry. We have it in our office, and we use it in our courses. If you were watching my Facebook and Instagram posts, we did already 2 cases with this machine, and it's running really smooth, really precise. What is also nice about this machine, that I can mill my favorite materials like Empress, like Emax, and of course, what I like also is that we can control it directly from an iPad. Yeah, so you have everything very intuitive, very fast over there. You can download the app and control your machine directly from an iPad. Of course, this is the recommended furnace for the glaze. Yeah, if you need a chairside glaze furnace. And this is for the lab, what I'm recommending. Depending on the size of the lab, you can use PM3, which is a small one for small labs, PM5 or PM7 for big labs. Yeah. And the recommended materials, as you can see in the picture, I'm using a lot Zircat Prime and SageMax Multi. Basically, these are my favorite zirconia discs. Zircat Prime, it's very unique because it comes with different layers, resistance starting from 1,200 megapascals all the way to 700, which is going to be on the occlusal surface, so there will be not too much abrasion. And SageMax, I love it because it has a very nice structure, very nice transition of the layers, and it looks very natural. So basically, these 2 zirconia brands I highly recommend. Of course, if you want to have in your office sinter furnace, this is like sintering super fast, and you can actually sinter in the same day crowns and veneers, whatever you are doing there. Now, because we are already finished with the theoretical part, I will start showing you some digital clinical cases. And I will start with just first one that we did with Program Mill. It's still under construction, let's say, but the planning was done using the full digital workflow. So that's the initial situation of the patient, some pictures that we documented for him, and then we have our face scan. Yeah, we have 3 or 4 face scans. We have the scan body teeth, the one you can actually find on our website on dentalpromaster.com, and you can actually use it to transfer the position of the maxilla. Then we printed the mock-up for the patient in the same day to see how he could look, how much he exposes when he's in the repose mode, when he's smiling, and then we went for the final veneers. Yeah, here we have some preps that the dentist did in that day with only 6 veneers in the anterior area. We did some pictures for it, and now we are waiting for the final result because it's still after coronavirus, we couldn't get the patient here to do the final photos. But you see, we documented the case using the intraoral scan and the face scan, and we created a design. You can see how is the overlay, how it looks on the right side with the new design and how long they will be and so on. And these are the final veneers that we milled, and now we wait for the final photos with the patient. Now, another case that is still under construction for the last 1.5 years. This is one of my longest cases that we didn't finish. It was a lot of work, a lot of steps, but let's start with some of them. So this is the initial situation. You can see she had metal composite, metal acryl, some bridges, and of course she needs to fix the gums. What we did, we take the intraoral scan and the face scan of the patient, we integrate it into our virtual articulator, and we created a mock-up for the patient. This was the design. We printed the full model for her. We checked if it's functional too, not only aesthetic. We went with the design over the gums, so we can use the mock-up not only as aesthetic, motivational mock-up, but also to use it as a surgical guide for the gums. And this is the final outcome with provisionals, yeah, with the mock-up and some portraits. So now she's not exposing the gum that much. And of course, we wait for the final photos. Basically, the full digital workflow is helping you guys plan your cases. And this is the most important part. You want to have a perfect plan, so you will have a perfect outcome predictable. This is one of my favorite cases. I will skip the video so we can just go through the cases as fast as possible so everybody can see them. This is my favorite case ever because it was done entirely by me. I just asked the dentist, but I will tell you from the beginning. So the dentist sent me the patient in one morning. Can you see a patient? She needs veneers. Can you do something? She comes like this. I say, yes, I can. And then I ask the patient to stay for face scanning. We did number of 4 face scans. First of them is with scan body head and scan body teeth. Then we have another 3 only with scan body head. That's helping us to overlay the face scans one on top of the other. And in this way, we can have the new design with mouth closed, with mouth slightly open, and with mouth smiling. Yeah, so in this way, we have the data, then we have the scan body teeth, which is helping us transfer the position of the maxilla into the patient head. And you see video 1, intraoral scan, video 2, virtual patient, video 3, new design, and video 4, functional design. Yeah. So these are the steps that every single patient goes through in our laboratory. Here you can see how the transfer is done. On the left side, you will see a video where we are actually transferring the intraoral impression into the scan body teeth, the one the patient bite on when you put it in the mouth during the scanning. Yeah. In this way, we are going to get the exact position of the maxilla, and we are going to overlay them perfectly using different matching points. And then we are going to add this scan body. Now you can look on the right side, and we are going to add this scan body into the face. Yeah? And that's how we get our virtual patient. You can watch the video. Now on the left side, the matching is done. Yeah, like this. It's perfectly inserted inside. And then on the right side, we are ready to transfer this. So it's done in 2 steps. This is something that not the dentist will do. This is something that dental technician will do. The dentist's job is just to provide the files. 4 face scans, 1 scan body teeth, and intraoral impression. So basically, once you give him all this data, he will create the virtual patient that you see on the right side, and we will have exactly the position of the intraoral scans into the patient head. For this case, I wanted to create a challenge for myself because there was a non-prep case. The dentist didn't touch the teeth at all. And he just sent the patient to me to check if I can do the veneers for her. What I did more than that. I created the motivational mock-up for 6 anterior teeth. And here you can see how they look in the mouth. So I placed individual veneers in the mouth of the patient on non-prep teeth. And she said, yes, I want to go for the next step. I like the veneers. Now the challenge was the printed veneers were like 0.7, 0.6 thickness, and they look a little bit bulky. So I wanted to create 6 veneers that are almost invisible in the mouth. So what I wanted to do is to create refractory. But imagine we have a digital impression, digital model, and I want to finalize with refractory. How is that possible? And here you can see the solution. We use the smoky white printing resin from Shera, and we use the Shera Refract silicone and Shera Refract refractory material. We take out the printed dies, duplicate them using Shera refractory material, and place the refractory dies in the model. It was the first time when somebody succeeded to use this technology, to use it this way. I tried many years ago with different materials from Ivoclar, GC, and you name it, and I was not able to reproduce a Geller model exactly as it's supposed to be. In this way, I succeeded 2 years ago, and you will see it in the new book of Pascal Magnier. This article will be also, this technique will be also published in his book. I created the veneers. 0.1 in the cervical area, 0.3 in the thickest part using the style ceramic from Ivo Clark. And once I was doing the photos, I just touched by mistake the veneers and they fell down on the floor. And this was the outcome, they broke. And look, this is the fit of the veneers on the printed dies. So imagine intraoral impression, digital model, handmade veneers, and look at the fit. Yeah, it's out of this planet. It's really remarkable and very, very successful. Of course, I had to redo the veneers, and here you can see the trine with those veneers in the mouth of the patient. And then once they were cemented in the mouth, because the dentist didn't know anything about this case. And one day I called him and I told him, look, we have that patient and you have to cement the veneers. And he was like, but I didn't prep the patient. I didn't take the impression. I was like, don't worry, just come and cement them. And he came, he saw the veneers, the fit, and he just cemented the veneers. And yeah, as you can see, this is the outcome. And if you guys want to get this article, just send me your email after this presentation is over. Send it to info@dentalpromaster.com. And I will send you back this article, which was published in Dental Dialogue recently. I mean, it's 1 year ago it was published, and the case was done in 2018 in November. Okay, here you have the final pictures with the patient, 6 veneers anteriors only, using the full digital workflow. Now, another case very similar to this one was done for Swedish Academy of Digital Dentistry, and they were having a course with me, with Dr. Klas Oskarsson and his team. He bring this patient, we did 4 face scans, and fifth one is the scan body teeth. And here is the documentation of the case, very similar to the first one with that lady. Spaces between the teeth, small teeth. We duplicated refractory dies, the same like in the previous case. And of course, we were using the mock-up, using the Shera print P30, individual veneers printed before and after with, with these provisionals. And then the patient said, yes, I want to go for it. We did the same technique, but this time 10 veneers, again, non-prep. So the patient was not prepped, his enamel is intact. And here we have the final result. The way we send to our dentist the cases, we have special boxes designed by myself. And this is the final outcome of the non-prep veneers and how they look after 1 week after cementation, more or less. After we finished the course, I finalized the case. And here we have another one. Okay, this is a full contour Empress veneers. We did this case with Dr. Jan Kurz Hoffman, a member of European Society of Cosmetic Dentistry, and a very dear friend of mine. This is initial situation. In this case, we went for minimum prep. This is the documented case with initial photos. And then we have the 4 face scans, printed mock-up, individual veneers, how they look in the mouth. Sorry, let's go back. Yeah, how they look in the mouth, individual veneers. And then we have the printed model, and then we did a silicone tip because we wanted to use the classic mock-up as a surgical guide for the gum. We wanted to correct the zenith position and also to use it as a prep through guide. Yeah. So you see here we corrected the zenith position using the electrocauter, and then we milled after the preps. We milled veneers using Empress Multi B1, Bridge 3, sorry. And here we have the final outcome, just milled and glazed, nothing else. That's the final result. And this was done everything in 3 days during the live course, full digital workflow. Okay. And now we have, I will just go fast through some cases so you can, actually we still have 4 or 5 minutes, not more. So I want to go through these cases. So you can see we did also the all on 6 because many people ask me, okay, but you can do veneers and crowns, but can we go for the next level with this intraoral scanner with Medit? And I said, yes, why not? So we planned another case for all on 6 with Dr. Dino Dorin from Timișoara, and the planning for the surgical guide was done by Dr. Vlad Tudoriciu. The dentist came to my training center. We took out the healing abutment. Actually, he took out the healing abutments. He placed the scan bodies. I took the scan myself. It was the first case to be done in this office, so we wanted to see how it's going to be. I wanted to make sure that the impression is perfect. We left the remaining 3 teeth on the arch. In that case, we can do the virtual extraction later, because at that time, the Mediscanner just came on the market, and I wanted to leave a lot of elements on the arch to have many possible elements so we can get a precise impression. Now it's not really necessary. We did the virtual extraction and we printed the model. We used a SheraPrint P30 to print the base, to print the gums, which are elastic, so we can bend them and do whatever. And of course, we placed the special analog abutments. Now it's very important to understand, if you are doing implants as dentists, it's very important to know the brand of the implants, because not all the brands of the implants have the 2 libraries for scan bodies: library for the model creator or model builder, and library for designing for CAD software. So if you don't have these 2 libraries for your implant, you will not be able to use it. And there are many that don't have it. If you go for MIS, that's the one I can highly recommend, because it's the best in my opinion. It has the best system for scan bodies for printed models, because you can actually screw them in the model and they will not move. Yeah. And then you can use also MegaGen. Yeah, these 2 implants are my favorites right now. We did printed the first mock-up, then we milled PMMA, and we configured the gums, and we created them as we want. And after that, we can finalize the restoration in any way. We can use metal with zirconia, we can use Pecton with Emax, we can use full contour zirconia, and many, many different options to finalize the case. It's important how we do the planning, yeah? That's the most important. So here you can see some of the videos from our exocad, how we did the virtual extractions, how we added the design, how we created the virtual patient, and the way to watch from any angle the restorations, to check the function, occlusion, and to make everything more predictable. So basically, you have to understand that doing this, using the face scanner and intraoral scanner, you are finishing the analog era, you are going to digital one, and you can have successfully predictable restorations. Now, another one is the guy with the splint that we did full mouth rehab. We sent this patient to the CBCT, and in this way, we got our opening, our increased vertical dimension of occlusion, but we didn't take the bite using the intraoral scanner. We took the bite using the CBCT. Yeah, so this is the initial situation of the patient, and this is the open bite using the mesh mixer, and we use the CBCT as a mesh for the intraoral scan, so we can actually have the open bite as it is in the splint, and also to make sure that we don't do the translation of the condyles. We thank very much our friend Vlad Tudoriciu for helping us out with this case. It was not an easy one. And then we use, of course, the scan body teeth. You can find those scan body kits on my website on dentalpromaster.com, and you can start using your iPhone next minute to do the face scans of your patient and to integrate this into your daily workflow. We have on dentalpromaster.com the course for clinicians and course for laboratories, so you can actually check it out and start doing full digital workflow right away using these scan bodies. So this is our virtual patient. We have exactly transferred the position of the maxilla, but also the CBCT in the patient head. And of course, we can proceed for the next steps to create the design. Of course, we sent and we used the exocad web view to show the dentist the case, so he can approve it, and then we can proceed with the final design and sending him the STL for printing for the mockup. Here we have initial situation, and then we have the one with the mockups. And after that, the patient went through the gum surgery, gum corrections, whatever, and he got used to the provisionals, and now we are waiting him to come back for the final restoration. And now another case, and the last one, actually, then we have the questions and answers. I will show you a short video. Okay, so initial situation, patient had very deep bite, and this was a challenge because it was a live course, 3-day with Dr. Jan Kurz-Hoffmann again in our headquarters. We are going to have him back in the office in February or March in 2021. So who wants to join this course, better subscribe fast because we have a limited amount of seats, only 10, and already 4 or 5 people subscribed. So 6 places left. She was not exposing too much, as you can see. We took some photos, internal photos too, and the solution to avoid a bad course and a bad experience for our participants, we wanted to do everything by the book. So Dr. Jan Kurz-Hoffmann took the internal impression of the patient. We were sure that we need to increase at least by 2 millimeters the bite because the bite was really deep. And then we did this. After we took the internal scan, we designed, and of course we took the face scans of the patient, we designed the occlusal tabletops for the lowers and palatal veneers for the uppers. So this was the step 1. We printed the full models and we did the silicone keys for the transparent silicone keys indexes for this patient. We did the flowable injection technique. For this patient, we used Ivoclar composites, flowable, and we increased the vertical dimension of the patient with 2 millimeters. Yeah, here you can see how we actually planned it in Exocad. You can see the videos, they are functional, they are moving correctly, and we make sure that we protect our future veneers. And then, of course, we went for the classic solution. 8 veneers, in this case, not 6, not 10, 8. And we did mock-up, individual veneers mock-up, printed with our Asiga printer, chairside printer, into the course directly. That's the model, how it looks. So we printed the base and we printed the veneers and we placed them in the mouth of the patient, just using some trying gel, like glycerin gel, you can use whatever, even with water, and they stay there. Remember, the teeth were not prepped. And then we did some pictures with the patient. You can see before and after, how they look, just printed and close-up printed, frontal, wide close-ups, and headshots. These are with printed veneers, yeah? And you can see the video with mock-up, how we did it in the course. And then we did some minimum invasive prep. Actually, Dr. Jan Kurz-Hoffmann did the preps. We milled Empress Multi by Ivoclar. These are the final veneers milled with a chairside mill with program mill 1. And we have the cementation day. We were using here the VarioLink Aesthetic dual cure for adhesive cementation for Empress veneers. And we have our final restoration using the monolithic Empress veneers without layering. And some of the final shots we did with try-and paste, yeah? Great, so also I want to say about our lab and about myself that we were the first, I was the first lab technician in the world to be certified in slow dentistry. And this is a huge honor. And I really believe that full digital workflow is a component of the slow dentistry movement, because we look for predictable plans for safety of others, our team members and patients. And I think this is one of the most important parts in slow dentistry movement, yeah, to take care about our patients, to do top high-level dentistry. Also here you can subscribe to my webinar that is going to be on 28th of May. We are going to have Miss Romania as model. It's going to be with Ioana Filimon. 4 hours hands-on. So basically, if you have your studio lights that you purchased from dentalpromaster.com and you have the same equipment as I have, you can actually follow everything I do. You just need the lights and you need the model in your office, and you can follow me and try to do everything I do step by step. So it's going to be basically a hands-on course. Everybody knows that my courses are not very cheap, but this one is going to blow your mind. It's like only 39 euros, and you can subscribe today. We have a limited number of seats, and good luck. See you on 28th of May. So I hope everybody enjoyed my presentation. And now we have time for questions and answers, I think.
Yes, we have time. Congratulations for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Very nice. I'm interested in your course too, but we'll talk after we'll be not live. So let's see the questions. The first one, what flash do you use?
Okay, so twin flash, I'm using Mica twin flash. This is also for Canon, also for Nikon. Yeah, it's a very cheap, half the price of Nikon and Canon twin flashes, and it's ideal for day-by-day documentation photography, like the one you see on the screen. Yeah, and the studio lights, like you see in the back, I have my own brand also of the studio lights, so you can actually find the lights I'm using on dentalpromaster.com. It's very easy, and the brochure is over there, so everybody can check the recommendation, the settings, everything. It's in the brochure over there.
Oh, great! So we'll find everything in the brochure. That's great. Another question: how precise could you be for full mouth rehabilitation?
We already finished more than 9 full mouth rehabs with Dr. Stefan Ulbich from Switzerland, and he is really into functional dentistry. So he is doing a lot of steps and planning and splints and stuff. And he was using the trios and our face scanner, and we had a lot of small problems, like maybe we have a small contact points problem for full mouth rehab. So that was the only thing we had, nothing else. It's like I was really terrified and scared for full mouth rehabs doing digital, but following this protocol, believe me, it's like really, really easy. Yeah.
Right.
It's very precise. Using Trios and Medit, I have experience. Using other intraoral scanners, I have none. So I'm supposed to get a soon impression from CarStream. A dentist just called me and they want to do a case with us. And he said he will send me a CareStream impression. So I'm looking forward to see how that will work out. And with Prime, still not any case. So, but when I will post the cases, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the last question, don't you need any digital articulator for complex cases?
We are using digital articulators in the software, in the Exocad. So we have the option to use the different virtual articulators from different brands. Yeah, we are using the Artex because that's the physical also that we have, but it's not necessary. We can use many of them. And till now we did, I don't know, maybe 20 full mouth rehabs altogether and a lot of complex cases. And we didn't need anymore the physical articulator. We did everything on virtual articulator. We had printed the models in that specific byte, and we were able to transfer the design and print and mill and do everything by the book. And the patients still wear their crowns and veneers, still no problems in the last 2 years. Yeah, this was the biggest challenge for us to switch from analog to digital. And I was really scared because I was pretty sure what I'm doing with analog, or almost I thought so. But right now it's really easy to go digital. No more need. I didn't take any single analog impression in the last 2 years. So that will say a lot of things about this.
Sounds very good. So thank you very much, Milos, for your very nice and interesting presentation.
It was a pleasure for me.
Joining our SSCR online congress, and we hope to see you soon in person.
Of course, thank you very much for the honor to be a speaker in this Congress. And I was really very happy when I heard that I'm invited to speak as a speaker over there. And then the virus came and everything went online, which is good, but it was my first time when I was lecturing for CESAR, and I was like really, really happy. Yeah.
Great. We are happy to have you here.
Thank you so much. Have a great day. And if you guys have any questions, just don't hesitate and go to dentalpromaster.com and send me a WhatsApp message or email on info@dentalpromaster.com.
Thank you.
Great day.
Bye.
Bye.
We will continue our live sessions with Dr. Miodrag Stepanovic from Serbia. He is from 2002 full-time employee at Clinic for Prosthodontics School of Dental Medicine in Belgrade. From 2015, senior lecturer on the BPP University School of Health, London, UK, and one of the founders of Serbian Association for Aesthetic Dentistry. He will talk about diversity of implant retain digital solutions for edentulous patients. But we need a small break, 5 minutes. So just take your time to refresh. In 5 minutes, we will be back live. Hello again. We are back with Dr. Miodrag Stepanovic from Serbia. He will talk about the diversity of implant-retained digital solutions for dental patients. He is from 2002 full-time employee at the Clinic for Prosthodontics School of Dental Medicine in Belgrade. From 2015, senior lecturer on the BPP University School of Health, London, UK. And he is also one of the founders of Serbian Association for Aesthetic Dentistry. So, Dr. Stepanovic, the stage is yours.
Hello, everybody. I hope that you can see and hear me well. I'm Miodrag Stepanovic, as you already heard, and you can see on the slide my topic for today. It is diversity of implant-retained digital solutions for edentulous patients. First of all, I want to send many regards from Serbian Society of Aesthetic Dentistry. We have something which is quite similar to one you have in Romania. And annually we have one big congress, which is called Synergy. We had already 2 in a row. Now we are expecting the 3rd one. We had many great speakers on these events, and I want to say thanks to great Romanian speakers we had on our meeting. We had our friend Bogdan Baldea, dental technician Ciprian, and my very special friend, Dr. Lara Stangacilovic, and she's the one that she's guilty for invitation that I have for this Congress. So Lara, I hope I will not let you down this time. You see that I have very difficult and complicated title, but unfortunately I was not able, because of coronavirus, to finish everything that I wanted to show you. This was one special case report, but I will try to show you what kind of protocol I was using in my digital workflow for solving problems with my edentulous patient. You probably realize that today and yesterday and the whole 3 days of this Congress, more or less everything was about digital technology in dentistry, and that everything goes on this way of workflow now. But I think that we still have a lot of questions about this technique. First of all, because it is quite different if we speak about patients with some teeth or for some edentulous patients. And from my point of view, I still have many questions when I think of edentulous patient and digital workflow. It is not easy to define vertical dimension. I still don't know if this procedure is precise again, which protocol I have to use for solving my patients, and what kind of materials we are able to use for final restoration, etc., etc. So basically, I think we still have too many questions, especially if we speak about this kind of patients like the one I had for my case presentation. You see that this is quite a difficult situation to solve. But basically today we have many scanners, so we have to think of a lot what kind of scanners shall we use, and are these scanners good enough at this time to use them for edentalism. When I start this lecture, I was very curious about protocols for edentulous patients, and I realized that there are many solutions in the references that are showing us that scanners and intraoral impression can be used for producing of complete dentures. And I saw that there is also some systematic review about this issue. But anyway, my topic was to place some implants and to try to solve this edentalism with 6 implants in upper and the lower jaw. And then I start searching about different topics for using scanner in this kind of cases. And I realized that it is not the same if we are using one another scanners. And if I think about the accuracy of digital impression, you see that this group of authors concluded that digital impressions are precise enough if you compare them with a splinted analog impression for 6 implants, for example. In this paper about full large precision of 6 intraoral scanners in vitro, they were testing different scanners, and they realized that it is not the same what kind of scanner you are using, because some of them are still not precise enough to produce some good picture with the 6 implants in a dentureless jaw. So they realized that Omnicam, 3Shape, and other scanners, they have results which are in a point of less than 0.3 millimeters of deviation. My clinical and lab steps, they were quite complicated, I have to admit, because on these small pictures you will see that I had 8 clinical steps and 6 lab steps in this protocol. So I starting from the scratch, and I will finish this lecture with the final design of temporary bridges for upper and lower jaw as well. When I think about these clinical and lab steps, it was like playing a chess part. When I think of chess, this guy is someone that I admire a lot. He was world champion from 1986 to 2005. He is known as the best player ever on the world. And he's known also because he played the first matches against computer in his career. So my match with computer started with some patient evaluation, photo and video protocol, intraoral scanning, and defining vertical dimension. You see what was the situation like. I took photos from dentureless jaws and with his prosthetic work that he had at that time in the mouth. And also some video protocols, so I can see some aesthetic point of views. I realized that, for example, his old denture was very bad one, and I have to redo a lot of things if I want to have some good and predictable result and some good aesthetic appearance. At this photo, you can see that I expected some aesthetic problems, of course, because of the ridge in the upper jaw, which was visible. I suppose that this patient had gummy smile before. And this was also some task I have to think of in solving this situation. For the beginning, I took initial scan. There are many different protocols about scanning of edentulous jaws. I use protocol that was described by 3Shape, and this is not the difficult part. It is quite easy to take impression of upper and lower jaw, even if patient doesn't have any teeth. But the problem was, and this was my major problem at the beginning, how to define vertical dimension in a digital way. Because if I try to use some vex streams, I can define this vertical dimension, of course, with all these necessary parameters. But it was impossible to convert this data to digital workflow, because with the vex stream, everything which is underneath this vex stream is invisible to scanner. And of course, like always, I start researching through internet and through articles. But first, I defined rest position and centric position. And then I realized that there are some papers about this topic. I found this paper for the beginning. It was something about producing complete dentures for a dentureless patient in a digital workflow. Sorry, this was not similar as thing I was doing, but I realized that they described that everything was finished in 3 appointments only. They were using wax stream and some special parts to do the scanning, but still I was not so sure how these authors define and transfer this vertical dimension into digital workflow. After that, I found something similar as I was planning to do, something with 6 implants in the upper jaw and with some teeth in the lower jaw. And these guys, they were using some kind of acrylic jig. And you can see that they define vertical dimension. Then they were using some silicone and they were taking a scan of upper jaw and lower teeth. And on that way, they were able to define vertical dimension on a digital way. The major difference between this workflow and mine was that I didn't have any teeth in the lower jaw as well. In the other paper, these authors, they were using some silicone key. You see they were using some putty material and some bite silicone also. They were cutting this silicone key and they were trying to scan this anterior part of the upper jaw with the lower complete denture that patient had in the mouth. This was also something different that I had, but I took some ideas from these authors and this is something that I did in this case. I tried to lock lower jaw in a central position with some silicone and to take digital scan of upper and lower jaw in posterior part. And this kind of information software can use to define position of virtual upper and lower jaw. So I was scanning posterior part only. I had this silicone index in the frontal part. Then I did scanning of first time, and after that of the second part of the second side of upper and lower jaw. I was showing this protocol to some colleagues and they found this very confusing. And for that reason, I tried to explain everything in a more easy way. And because of that, I asked my technician to print some model of upper and lower jaw. And I simulated everything in Articulator so it can be clear. So now you see in Articulator that I have 2 points which are defining my central position. And this is exactly what I did. So first I took some very hard putty silicone impression material and I made the silicone key in the upper jaw and then I left this silicone to be set. So it was hard. Then I tried to with a pushback technique to put lower jaw in position that I want and on the height that I defined before. And this is exactly what I did in the mouth. Then with some cutting of this silicone, I was able with that pushback technique to push lower jaw in the proper position. And then I sealed everything with the bite silicone. So on this way, when I cut everything, when I made some spots for scanning, I placed everything in the mouth and then it was easy to scan upper and lower jaw and to connect everything back in the software. So this was my scanning area and you can see on this cross-section view how everything looked like in the mouth. Is this the best thing that I can do? I don't know. At that moment for me, this was the only possible option. But of course, there are some downsides. First of all, this is elastic material. This is not hard material, so I cannot be precise at 0.1 millimeter, of course. I didn't have any midline. I didn't have any prosthetic plane. I don't have any eccentric registrations. I don't have any clue about tooth inclination. And of course, after this, I need some few prototypes to define all of these parameters that are missing at this point. But anyway, with this information, I was able to send position of upper and lower jaw and scan of upper and lower jaws to my dental technician. And this is exactly what I did in my next steps. So my first lab step was to do some virtual setup or virtual backup, you can call it however you want, and to print some first prototype. This prototype I was able to try in the mouth And this type of protocol, I'm calling this type of protocol my special wax stream, because with this prototype, I can define a lot of things. So basically, this is not my real tooth setup. I'm just using this shape of teeth to see what I have in the mouth, to define vertical dimension, to see what is wrong at this moment, and then to do some rescanning again. You see that this prototype has some special shape, and now I will show you how technician did this virtual setup. So he was using some parameters like midline of lower crest, and with these parameters he placed upper and lower teeth. And you can see that at the end of this modeling, he will design some special shape of this setup, of this prototype. This is the moment when he is doing that. And you can see that I have some open spaces with my prototype, and these open spaces here, I was using them to scan this prototype inside the mouth, and to use scan that I did before of edentulous jaws. And with this information, software can see and can overlap these two things. So without knowledge of position of my reach with a prototype, it is impossible to go on the next step. And this was the reason I was asking for this kind of shape for my prototype. In the mouth, it was like this. I didn't have good overjet. My smile line was wrong. But now I was able, since I can consider this as a wax stream, I was able to redo everything in the mouth, to use the best possible individual articulator in the world, the mouth of the patient, and then to make some points, to make some remarks, to do some reshaping, to see what kind of vertical dimension I have now. And with this information, I did scanning again, and I sent this information to a dental lab. And now my technician was able to see much more things and to make some second prototype. I found out that this protocol is something that we can do in the same day if we want, or we can do that in a day after. So we are not losing many times, and this is cost effective because this kind of technique and this kind of printing, Joe, it is around 15 euros. So I'm not wasting time for my patient, and I'm not wasting a lot of money, but I have a lot of information to achieve some satisfactory result for this kind of digital workflow. With this second prototype, I was able to manage my contacts, to see my eccentric contacts also. I was able to reshape some teeth to make a proper design. And now you can see the difference between my first and my second prototype. They are quite different. And with this second prototype, I was not happy. I was happy, but I was not happy 100%, because I thought that this design can be much better. And I thought that maybe I can use some guys who are doing this kind of work professionally. And I realized that I can use SmileCloud. This is something which is also in Romania. So I sent some data to SmileCloud, to Florin Cofar, and asked him to do some 3D designing of my future prosthesis. And this is how their website looked like. And they are doing many things. They are doing some 3D design for final prosthesis. They are producing surgical guides also for some kind of implants only. But I was trying to do only my 3D design, so I was not using all the things they can provide, but I was using only 3D design according to some information that I sent to them. So I sent them my whole photo and video library for this patient. I was sending them scan of upper jaw. I send them scan of the lower jaw as well. I sent scanning of lower and upper jaw with a silicone key, so they can see what is position of upper and lower jaw. And I also send the scan of my second prototype so they can see some lines and some parameters they have to use for their planning. This was my upper setup, and of course I sent my lower setup as well. After that, our next step in something which is going on very fast. So at the same day when I tried this second prototype, I send everything to a Smile Cloud. Day after, they sent me some 2D smile design. And this was the point where we were communicating together with my patient what kind of teeth he would like, what is preferable shape of future restoration. And with this communication, then they started to produce some 3D design of my future teeth, and this is how their 3D design look like. And at the same day, they can send me this STL file. Then I proceeded this STL file to my dental technician, so we can have everything quite fast in this kind of protocol. With these STL files, my technician did something that was quite similar to complete dentures. Of course, the color was not appropriate as for complete dentures. We have these different resins in different colors, and we were trying one and another to see how it looks like and what are the mechanical properties of these resins. And now with this, I had teeth in the proper position. This was my point. So I want to have future teeth in proper position so I can do the following steps. I can go for some implant planning. Then when I tried everything, my patient didn't cry in front of mirror because he saw this prototype because these teeth were blue. But anyway, even he was not some good looking lady. He was very happy to see that we are on the right path. And with this prototype, I was able to send him for some CBCT scanning in order to start planning for implant placement. Now, if I want to send this patient for CBCT scanning, it is very important to know that I want to see this teeth position on my CBCT scan. If I send patient in this kind of position, if he closes his mouth in a full bite position, I will have overlap of my upper and lower teeth, and that can make me some problems in my planning steps. Because of that, we did some small experiment in my dental practice. We tried to see and to realize what kind of materials can we use for distancing upper and lower teeth to put them in the right position so patient can close his mouth, but not to overlap upper and lower teeth. Then we did some small x-rays of all possible materials that we can use for this purpose, and we realized that only rubber dam liquid and ceramil gel, they were completely radio transparent. And this material, I use ceramil gel for this purpose. I used to make some distances between upper and lower prototype. Beside that, since I was not sure if I will see everything on my CBCT scan, I was not sure, is this material radio opaque? I saw on my x-ray that it is, but when everything is in the mouth, it is different. And because of that, I placed these radio opaque pins on my prototype. It was easy. I just did some small holes inside the prototype, and with some bond and flow resin, I placed these pins inside, and this was my final outcome of this procedure. And now patient was ready to go together with me because I want to place everything inside the mouth before the scanning. And this is exactly what we had in the mouth before the scanning, at the scanning in X-ray studio. And beside the scanning of my patient and this prototype in the mouth, we did scanning of these prototypes outside of the mouth also. Because I was able then to overlap everything if this prototype is not visible enough on my CBCT scan. At the end, I got everything that I needed. So with this overlapping, I had very clear situation about thickness of my soft tissue, about position of my future teeth. And of course, I had a lot of information about bone volume, and we did some measurements, of course, initially. Then we realized that we will have a lot of problems with this case, that our patient selection was not the best one to show on the Congress. But anyway, I like to show this kind of complicated situation. When everything is perfect, everything is easy. This was very difficult situation, but anyway, we did our best to make a proper plan. Then I started again gaming with computer, the same like this chess master did before.
Earlier that year, I played what is called simultaneous exhibition against 32 of the world's best chess playing machines in Hamburg, Germany. I won all the games.
He won all the games, but something that was waiting for him was in 1996, he started playing with computers. So this was his first match with IBM supercomputer, which was called Deep Blue. In 1996, he won this game against computer, but in 1997, it was announced, you can see this was the front page of a Newsweek, that he will play the rematch with a new processor, with new Deep Blue IBM computer, and they announced this match as the Brain's Last Stand. So I was very inspired with this story, because at a few moments I was feeling that I'm struggling, that I'm fighting against computer, and I was finding the way to win this game. So my next game was to make some design of my surgical guide, and I did that on code diagnostic software. And guided surgery is something that I'm dealing with for more than 10 years now. And I find this area in dentistry very interesting and very challenging, of course, especially if we speak about edentulous patients. As you probably know, there are two different types of guided surgery. One is dynamic, and it uses some tracking systems, and it is called real-time implant surgery, because you can change your movements and your plan during the surgery. And the another one is a static guided surgery. This is exactly what I did in this kind of workflow, where I use CBCT scan data, and I use data of intraoral scanning, overlapping them, and then we start producing this surgical template. These are important things, because it is not the same if the surgical guide is supported by tooth, by mucosa, or by bone. And of course, when we have a dentulous patient, we have to use some extra part things to retain this guide. For a dentulous jaw, we can use some screw, or we can use some pins. It is not the same if we use partially or fully guided drilling protocols, if we have guides for each of our instruments. And of course, I bolded this thing, because proper case selection is something which is very important, and this is maybe part when we got wrong, because we didn't have some proper case selection in this kind of workflow. Of course, that it is not the same all the time. You can see here that there are some sources of inaccuracy for static workflow. They are patient-related and surgery-related. Patient-related, as I said, it is not the same if you have tooth support, if you have mucosa support and bone support. Tooth support, they have two classes, so it is the best. Mucosa, it is possible, but it is not good and precise at tooth support. And if you want to go with some bone support, we cannot expect some good results. There are many different papers about is it better to do it in maxilla and mandible, and more or less it is the same. Surgery-related parts is that you have to be experienced. This is not something like young dentists are describing. Okay, I have guide now. I will just make some holes through the guide. I will place the implant. It is not like that. Of course, you have to be very experienced. It is not the same if you go with the flap or with the flapless protocol. And of course, drilling technique is very sensitive because of the heating. If we go with a guided surgery, we can have some bone heating and some bone necrosis inside. And for that reason, it is very important to cool saline solution for 5 degrees. Is it precise enough? What do we have about information for accuracy of surgical template? You can see here that I have found many different papers. They are mainly from 2018. And on the right side, you can see conclusion of these authors. What do they realize about this kind of technique? Which kind of guided surgery is better one, the one with teeth or one without any teeth? And that we have to use some fixation screws, of course, and that fully guided surgery is, of course, much better than if it is half guided. Why do I emphasize this? Because for this patient, if you remember shape of a lower jaw, we can go for full guided protocol in the upper jaw, but for a lower jaw, it was not possible because of the shape. We can go only with partial guidance. We cannot use each of our drills with a surgical guide. And of course, bone density, mucosal thickness, even local anesthetics can be something that is affecting accuracy of mucosal supported guided surgery. We did our planning, and this is something special also because the implants I was using, they are new at the market. And I was planning this implant position remotely. The guy was sitting on computer in Germany, and I was sitting in the Belgrade, and I did this planning, and the planning of a guide was done in Germany. At the same day, they were able to send me this STL file of the guide, and we were able to print this guide in Belgrade. So you can see I had planned for each of these implants in the lower and the upper jaw as well. And now we were ready for our next step for implant placement. And as I told you, we printed these surgical guides in Belgrade. It was obvious that we will have good support for the upper guide because we can use this palatal part for guidance, for support. And these implants, they were placed by Professor Alex Markovic and his team. We did that on a clinic for oral surgery on Faculty of Dentistry in Belgrade. And you can see now the steps. First, we have to fix this template for a dentulous jaw. We use these pins to fix them on 3 points. And it seems to be very stable for the moment of placement. And we went for a fully guided protocol. You can see that we were using these sleeves for a pilot drill, for the first piece drill, for the second drill, and we even placed these bread and Kopaskai implants through this surgical guide. And this is the look from the perspective. Seems to be stable. As I told you, it was much more stable in the upper jaw because of the palatal part. But since we had very irregular shape of the lower jaw, we found the way to place this guide so it was seated quite precise. We went with the drilling protocol the same way, but it was not fully guided at some points. On 4 position, we had partial guidance with the pilot drill only. And this was our situation after implant placement. On the X-ray, we realized that everything was on a good place as we planned. Now, next step was to see if we have opportunity to provide some temporary solution to go for immediate loading. And of course, that you probably know, there is some ITI consensus, and we have to consider a few things if we think of immediate loading. One of the major things was implant stability. We realized also that we are in a late placement group with immediate loading, which was type 4A. And it is documented that in this kind of protocol, it is from 98 to 99% successful. We went for a measuring of primary stability with the ISQ measurement with the penguin device. We realized that everything was quite stable except on position 26 in the upper jaw, and it was stable enough on each position in the lower jaws. Anyway, we decided, since we had 5 very stable implants, to go with immediate loading, because this 5 implant can give some additional support to implants which doesn't have that good primary stability. So our next step was to use Smile Cloud design. So we have already made design here. So my next step was to go for scanning of some scan bodies for upper and lower jaw as well. Then technician can use, since we have this design in his jaw from before, he can use the same design to make some temporization now. And this was scanning that I did with the scan bodies. You see that this was done immediately after the surgery. In the upper and in the lower jaw, we already have defined vertical dimension, because software can recognize the old scan, because I have some surrounding tissues which were at the same positions like before. And this is something in the digital protocol that I like, because you can start with the one step and then you can use this step for following steps, like I did here with the vertical dimension. But since I want to be very predictable, I asked my technician to go with the prototype first. So this was prototype for my temporary bridge for upper and the lower jaw. And you can see how it looks like in the mouth. I have very good shape of these teeth. I have very good smile line. I have good contacts. The thing that I want to redo was the midline. I was not happy about position of this overlapping with the Smile Cloud design, and he had to switch everything a bit. And this is the reason why I'm going for a prototype, because with my final work, I don't want to touch anything in the mouth. So now we reshaped some canine shape and this midline. I did scanning again over this prototype. And now for my technician, it was very easy to produce this temporary solution. This is scan of my prototype for temporary crowns. And at this stage, we can do this face scan also. I saw in a previous lecture from Milos Miladinov that he used these face scans a lot. I find this helpful, but not that helpful as people think. So maybe in some next step, especially for a dentulous patient, this facial scan can improve, so we can use them much more. Okay, so now I'm at my final step. My final step was temporary restoration. We did some design first. You know that it was easy because technician can use this position of my scan bodies now, and he can overlap already existing design. He can adjust this Smile Cloud design of tip bases for implants. So now it is also work that requires few hours only. We can be very fast, even that we had a lot of steps in this workflow. The final outcome of my temporary crowns, we did that from some composite disc, which is produced in Bredent. It is called the HIPS composite. And this is something that can be used as permanent restoration, but only for a few years, as production says, as manufacturer says. But we use this since we didn't know for how long this will last because of coronavirus. You know that we finished this before corona infection and before pandemia, and then we didn't know if it will last for a few months or a few years. Fortunately, it lasted for a few months only, and then we will proceed this work quite soon. But now everything will be easy because we already have everything. We have final design of his teeth, of his prosthesis. You can see now how it looks like in the mouth in a temporary stage. Upper and lower jaw, you can see smile of my patient, and we were very happy with this outcome and with this whole procedure, because in our next steps we can use this design and we can use any type of restoration. We can go with zirconia milling, with a composite milling, with bio HPP material. We can use any kind of materials because we already have everything. We have design, we have vertical dimension, we have lateral movements, we have contact. So we just have to copy paste this design and to go with the final restoration. Once again, very happy patient with the temporary restoration. And at the end of my presentation, I have to ask myself if this is too complicated. From some point of view, it is. There are many different steps, a lot of these prototypes that can be easier in the future, hopefully. At least I can have one less prototype than I had before. Is it fun to do it? Of course it is fun. We like to use some gadgets. We like this software, 3D movements, intraoral scanning. So I find this kind of work very interesting and fun. For technician, it was not that easy to overlap everything all the time, but it is not something very difficult. Yes, I had many clinical steps, as you know, but these clinical steps, they can go very fast. They are not too expensive, so it is affordable from patient point of view. And now with my chess match with computer, I realized that I still have to play a lot. But now I want to show you what was going on with the Kasparov. But first I want to say that this kind of dentistry can be called remote dentistry. You realize that I did a lot of things in Belgrade, that we did some design in Timisoara in Romania. I did this this surgical guide design in Germany, but everything is happening like we are on the same spot because it is digital. And this is one of the greatest advantages of digital procedure, because you can do everything worldwide. Is it tomorrow dentistry? It is today dentistry as well. It is tomorrow dentistry, of course. I think that everything will be digital in the following years. But it is tomorrow dentistry also because you can do each of these steps even tomorrow. So it is quite fast procedure. And I want to thank to my team from A1 Dental Studio. They give me a lot of help for this case and to be able to show you everything. And this is one situation with my technician, Sasha Bulic, and my Dr. Maria Maslar. She did a big work for this patient as well with this photo documentation and the scanning part. You see that we had some stressful and some relaxing time in the dental practice as well. And these are my technician again, Sasha Bulic and his son Bogdan. They did a great job, and thank you guys a lot. And what Gary did in 1997, the brain's last stand, he was preparing for this match, the same I was preparing for this lecture, and he was in the front of very, very fast computer Deep Blue from IBM, and he was asking for some handout of previous matches. He didn't got them because it was computer, and they told him everything was done by help of his colleague, Joel Benjamin. And he said, I don't want to waste time with this guy. He's not master of the chess. But at the end, after 19 moves in the last game, he lost this match. So in 1997, computer won this game. And 20 years later, he had to tell us something.
Machines have calculations. We have understanding. Machines have instructions. We have purpose. Machines have objectivity. We have passion.
Yeah, of course we have passion, and I want to say that I saw from Florin to organize this kind of congress was amazing. Thank you very much for inviting me here and for organizing something that I will remember for the rest of my life. And Gary also told us, don't fear intelligent machines, work with them. Thank you very much for your attention.
Very nice presentation, dear Miodrag, and very nice end of the presentation. Of course, our passion is impossible to be skipped and to be taken by computers. So I think we have to merge to the computers, but this kind of feelings of passion will be only for humans. So we still have an important role on this planet, even if the computers and the robots are taking our place step by step. I think we still have a lot of things to do with passion.
Yes, yes, I completely agree with you.
So thank you again, and I will ask you a few questions from the auditorium. The first one is, what's your protocol for immediate implant loading?
For immediate implant loading, my protocol, I'm using ITI protocol for this purpose. Yeah. And for immediate loading, if I have good primary stability, first of all, I would think of type of implants that we will place. So we have to place some self-tap implants, some implants that can provide us some good primary stability. Then we have to measure everything, and if we can measure this primary stability on different ways. We can measure insertion torque, we can measure some ICQ values, and if we are on a safe side, then we can go for immediate loading inside 1 week. So according to ITI consensus, inside 1 week we have enough of implant stability to go with immediate loading.
Okay. And what material do you prefer?
For which purpose? For immediate?
Yes.
For immediate loading, basically we are using PMMA materials. So we are using polymer materials all the time. We can go with some composite as well. But basically always we are going for some soft materials. Okay. Of course, that I will not go with some porcelain fused to metal or with some zirconia because they are not for temporization and they are very hard materials. And for this kind of loading, we will have to wait for a few months.
What about removables? Do you use, if you don't have enough stability at the beginning, do you use some removables if you have no chance?
Do I use what? I didn't understand.
Removable. Not a fixed prosthesis, but a removable one.
Removable one?
Yes, if you have a full arch to restore it and you don't have enough primary stability.
Okay, I understand now. Of course, if I don't have primary stability, then we will put some sutures on the implants. Okay. The implants will not be exposed, and we can go for some complete denture on this way. So this is something which is very important to have primary stability. If you don't have primary stability, then we can go with some removable prosthesis. And of course, it is important not to put some loading on the implant side directly, and we will go for underlining with some soft materials in the ridge part, for example, in this kind of cases, if we go with complete dentures.
Completely agree. Thank you very much again for your presentation.
You're so welcome. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you for joining our SLCR online Congress this year. We hope to see you in person soon, and stay safe.
Thank you, you too. Thank you very much for everything.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
So now we will have a break for 10 minutes and we will come back with the next speaker, Dr. Sebastian Șoicu. So don't forget to visit our virtual expo area and please come back in 10 minutes. Hello and welcome back for the last session of this day and for the last session of SSCR Congress. We will continue with Dr. Sebastian Șoicu from Romania. He is Associate Professor at Dental Prosthetics Clinic, Faculty of Dental Medicine, Timișoara. He is a PhD, Doctor in Medical Science at Victor Babeș, Timișoara. He is also author of various articles in the field of implantology and lecturer in several scientific congresses in Romania and abroad. He is also affiliate member of the European Academy of Dental Aesthetics. And he will talk today about my transition from analog to digital workflow for implant-supported fixed restorations. Dr. Șoicu, you have your stage, please.
Thank you very much. Let me share the screen. This is happening when you change the title of the presentation. Because I was thinking, I didn't like that much the title of the presentation, so I changed it. But obviously no one, or not everyone was acknowledged about the change. So the title of my presentation is Marginal Bone Loss in Analog and Digital Implant Restorations. But it also, that my presentation includes my transition from analog to digital fixed restorations. So, hello everyone. Thank you, Dr. Cosmin Dima, for your kind introduction. I would also like to thank Florin Lazarescu and the whole SACR team for doing such a great job organizing this online congress, the first online congress, and for making me part of it. Everything is okay? You can hear me?
Okay. Yes, everything is okay.
Okay.
I hear you and we can see the slides perfectly, so
yes,
go.
Yes, thank you. Hopefully I'm not seeing myself, my face, because this Zoom app is making me look completely bald and funny. So it's better that I see only my slides. So I'm a prosthodontist and I also place the implants. So I cannot blame anyone if something goes wrong. And according to the literature, this is a good combination. I'm currently working in the dental house clinic in Pitești, and the clinic looked as empty as it is on this slide for the last couple of months. And most of us dentists were grounded for almost 2 months, while the patient tried to manage their emergencies via telemedicine using drugs prescribed online or simply by themselves. But at least, like probably most of you, I was able to spend more time with my family and I really started to enjoy it. But nevertheless, looking at some of the lectures presented within this nice congress, I can't help feeling a little anxious about the way we are supposed to work in the near future. So this might be a problem. My presentation is about one of the major concerns in implant dentistry, namely how to maintain the bone around implants in order to get long-term success without implant restoration. And I will focus on the main factors that influence crestal bone resorption, but in correlation with different prosthetic options. And we know that in the last years, implant treatment has changed significantly especially since the emergence of the digital technology. I will also share with you my transition from analog to digital workflow by presenting few relevant cases and by highlighting some advantages and limitations of the technique used in my daily practice. We all want to be successful with what we do every day on the regular basis, but there has always been a debate about what success in implant dentistry is. And marginal bone stability has been considered a key parameter to define success. What we like to see on our X-rays is stable bone level around implants. And let's be honest, none of us wants to see the bone resorb 2 millimeters below the implant shoulder. But on the other side, many of us were taught that a successful dental implant should sustain up to 1.5, in some publications, 2 millimeters of vertical bone loss during the first year of function, the so-called bone remodeling. Nowadays, I think that this loss can be avoided. Bone remodeling, or in other words, early marginal bone loss, is a non-infective process and has been considered to have a prognostic value for long-term implant success. These are the factors that influence early marginal bone loss. I will discuss briefly the implant and biologic factors, while the prosthetic ones, namely excess cement and biocompatible materials, will be addressed later in the clinical part. When it comes to the implant properties, I think there are three parameters: implant neck design, implant abutment connection, and platform switching. Of course, there is no way of having polished surfaces below the bone level, but the real issue is the connection. So many connections, right? How do we choose the right one? There is no such thing as perfect connection, but the internal conical one has been considered the most mechanically stable, allowing only minimal abutment movement and micro gap formation. The cone protects the abutment screw from overloading, and the conical interface geometry provides the best possible load transfer to the cortical bone that surrounds the implant. As you can see, this is a pretty recent concept, being invented in 1864. The same no connection is 100% bacteria proof, but due to the angulation of the cone, the length of the connection, and the small clearance, the more taper connection is rigid enough to limit the micro movement and consequently the micro pumping effect. So almost no bacteria is disseminated into the surrounding tissues, thus avoiding bacterial-induced crestal bone resorption. The third factor, the platform switching concept, has been considered by many researchers and clinicians to be the most important factor in preventing bone loss. Almost everyone has heard about platform switching. This concept involves an abutment with a smaller diameter than the one of the implant platform, thus creating a horizontal step. Platform switching allows for the shifting of the implant abutment connection inwards, so that the micro gap moves away towards moves away from the implant to bone contact. It is obvious that the platform switching is a feature by default for implant with conical connection, and there appears to be a correlation between the mismatching size and the reduction in peri-implant bone loss. The bigger the step, the more bone is preserved, as Canulo and co-workers concluded in a study in 2010. Now, talking a little bit about biological factors, biology, same as occlusion, always wins. Of course, we need sufficient vital bone around the implant, but usually it's not enough that bone sets the tone. There is another component of the system, the soft tissue, which most of the time is the issue. And once any prosthetic component has been connected to the implant, the biologic width starts to form. Talking about biologic width, it starts to establish once the implant are exposed to mechanical and microbial challenges in the oral cavity. And this process may cause a three-dimensional peri-implant bone remodel. The dimensions of the biologic width in teeth and implants are broadly similar, and this structure has a protective function. And because it has less fibroblasts and blood vessels and more collagen fibers than the healthy mucosa around teeth, it resembles a scar tissue. And it usually takes 6 to 8 weeks for the biologic width to reestablish. The epithelial and connective tissues as part of the biologic width are not physically attached, but rather adherent to the biocompatible supracrestal components and can withstand physiological forces exerted during function. But these tissues can be easily detached from the prosthetic by the prosthetic procedures, such as multiple abutment displacements or by impression material, retraction cord, or excess cement. Scientific research has proven that biologic width reestablishment is facilitated by the presence of platform switching, by applying the one abutment, one time concept, by choosing to use cement-free restorations, and by using a rigid conical connection implant system that allows for subcrestal placement. Regarding the influence of the platform switching concept on marginal bone loss, Thomas Linkevičius, which is one of the most influential researchers in the area of crestal bone stability with his zero bone loss concept, concluded in a series of studies that implants with platform switching do not prevent marginal bone loss more than those non-platform switch if the vertical thickness of the crestal mucosa was less than 3 millimeters at the time of implant placement, and also concluded that native or augmented thick crestal soft tissue can keep the bone stable if other factors that may promote bone loss are isolated. Moreover, it has been reported more and more that if the local conditions are favorable, there is a chance of improving during time the quality and sometimes even the amount of the peri-implant bone, as you can see in these X-ray images. Subcrestal placement brings certain advantages when it comes to controlling the level of marginal bone loss. There appears to be more space for biologic width establishment, thus facilitating crestal bone remodeling, which take place above the implant shoulders, instead of crestal bone loss below the implant neck. Sometimes, by inserting the implant subcrestally, horizontal bone augmentation can be avoided. But the most important idea for subcrestal placement is that there is no subcrestal placement without rigid conical connection and platform switching. There is no precise value for subcrestal placement. So as an exercise, if an implant is to be placed in an area where the thickness of the crestal mucosa is 2.5 millimeters, and knowing that the mean value of the biologic width is 3.5, we can assume 1 millimeter of bone remodeling after implant exposure. Thus, if no action for increasing the soft tissue thickness has been planned, the implant should be placed at least 1, but better 2 millimeters subcrestally in order to allow enough space for biologic with forming, while still having the bone below the bone level, the implant below the bone level. Don't be misled by the X-ray appearance on the far right. There is always soft tissue migrated in between the titanium abutment and the bone, as you can see on the second right picture. What do these X-ray have in common? These are cases treated in our practice that have shown no or minimal bone remodeling during the follow-up time. And at the end of the day, this is what we expect from our treatment. Healthy, stable bone and soft tissues around the implant supported restoration. So, the early marginal bone loss can be prevented or minimized by using a proper implant design and by respecting the requirements for biologic width formation. Now, getting a little closer to the clinical part, I started my journey in implant dentistry approximately 15 years ago, and for the first 7-8 years, I was doing only cement retained restorations in a way that resembled the traditional workflow for fabricating tooth-borne restorations. The first case is a male patient, 40 years old, back in 2012, wanted to have his 2 missing teeth, 24 and 36, restored with implant-supported restorations. This is the initial status showing missing soft tissue volume at the level of both gaps, 24 and 36, and an old-style metal acrylic crown on tooth 25 that needed to be replaced. 2 implants were placed subcrestally, and this is the X-ray control in 2012. After 6 months of healing, I placed the transgingival healing abutment, and obviously at that time I wasn't paying enough attention to the volume of the tissues around the gingival formers. The analog impression was taken using polyether in an individual tray for the upper jaw and in the standard tray for the lower one, and in approximately, let's say, around 2 weeks, the dental technician fabricated porcelain fused to metal crowns that were cemented intraorally on titanium stock abutments, and this is the final result. The X-ray follow-up for the upper implant shows stable bone level due to the rigid conical connection, the concave shape of the titanium abutment, and the sufficient thickness of the crestal soft tissue, even though the implant was inserted almost bone level. On the lower jaw, I noticed some excess cement on the X-ray that I managed to remove on spot. But because of this hazard, I started to do less and less cemented restorations. The patient was lucky. I was able to remove all the cement. And this is how it looked radiologically in 2019 with bone over the implant shoulders. Next, I would like to share with you another approach by which I was trying to decrease the number of treatment phases and also to make an upgrade in the prosthetic materials used and in the type of crown retention. This is a 30-year-old female patient presented with a mesiodistal vertical fracture of her first upper left molar. So it was a hopeless tooth. I decided to extract the molar and to immediately place an implant along with the use of bone grafting material in order to fill up the gap between the implant and the bony walls of the socket. There is no such thing as a traumatic extraction for the patient. It might be sometimes a traumatic for the clinician. So I tried to extract the molar with minimal trauma by separating the roots, and I also checked the presence of the facial bone. I placed bovine bone and PRF and add just a little bone condensing. Then I inserted the implant with good primary stability, and I placed the transgingival healing abutment. Today, I would probably use a customized healing abutment in order to preserve the shape of the molar 1 millimeter below the gingival margin. This is the healing process at 6 weeks postoperatively, and after 6 months, I took the implant level impression using nothing fancy but a standard tray and medium body silicone material. An Emax press full ceramic crown was fabricated over a titanium stock abutment that had been slightly customized by the dental technician. And this is actually a hybrid restoration because it combines cementation and screw retention. The full ceramic crown was cemented onto the titanium stock abutment extraorally. And then after thorough removal of the excess cement and polishing, the hybrid crown was seated and the internal screw was properly torqued to 15 Newton centimeters, paying attention to the establishment of the proximal contact areas and occlusion. This is the final outcome at the end of the treatment it took in 2014, with an occlusal clearance between the implant-supported crown and the opposing molar in order to give space for the future restoration of the first lower molar. Patient came for the 1-year follow-up, and then she disappeared for another 4 years. I finally got her to come for checkup in 2019. The patient almost forgot she had had an implant placed, but hopefully everything looks clinically healthy. This is the periapical X-ray follow-up over 6 years, showing stable bone implant, showing stable peri-implant bone level. Moreover, we can see that the quality of the bone on the implant shoulder has been improving over the last 6 years, a process called remineralization, which occurs only when the soft tissue barrier is strong enough to protect the underlying bone. Now we are moving towards a simplified approach in case of a single tooth replacement, following a workflow that might be useful in this pandemic time due to the reduced number of treatment sessions and less prosthetic components involved. This is the case of a 50-year-old male patient presented with a failed lower premolar due to a periapical abscess. Normally, in the past, for a case like this, I would have had 5 or 6 treatment steps. The treatment sequence in this case was different, consisted only in 2 appointments. Following this protocol, there is no need for impression abutments nor the traditional impression. So the tooth 45 was extracted and the socket thoroughly carotid and irrigated. After 2 months of spontaneous healing, silicone impressions were taken on both arches, and we can see an almost finalized healing of the soft tissues and an ongoing healing of the bone. The volume of the woven bone was sufficient, so I decided not to perform any bone augmentation procedure. So I inserted the implant and left it for transgingival healing. The placement of the healing abutment is optional. The implant can be also left submerged. I just wanted to save one surgery. At the end of this phase, before placing the gingival former, I made the resin index supported on the implant's mount and on the part of the occlusal surfaces of the neighboring teeth. Using this index, the dental technician was able to transfer the implant position from the oral cavity to the model. And I'm not going too much into details, but in this slide, you can see the main steps that took place in the dental laboratory. It is mandatory for the dental technician to fit the index on the neighboring teeth as precisely as possible. The finish line of the selected titanium abutment had to be a little deeper subgingivally in order to compensate for the possible small gingival recession on the facial aspect as after healing. If the crown is planned to be cemented, the issue of excess cement may occur, and this is why it is better to have screw-retained restorations in cases like this. Finally, the technician produced a zirconia, full zirconia crown. And this is the clinical view after 3 months of healing and the emergence profile created with the healing abutment. The abutment was inserted and followed by the crown try-in, checking the shape, the color, interproximal contact areas, and occlusion. The patient was very happy with the appearance, so the crown was cemented extraorally to the abutment, and then the final hybrid crown was seated and torqued with 15 Newton centimeters. You can see here the whole clinical sequence. This is the final result in 2014 and 2019. And the X-ray series showing stable bone around implant shoulders. Now I'm going to share with you a case of combined analog and digital workflow for restoring a single missing tooth using a customized titanium abutment and a full ceramic crown. The tooth 36 was missing and an implant was inserted in that area. Then, after healing, the transgingival abutment, healing abutment was placed, and after a short healing time, final implant level impression was taken using polyether in a customized tray. The dental technician prepared the working cast, then sent it to the milling center in order to obtain a customized titanium abutment. We received the form containing all the details related to the final abutment, including the gold shade, the depth of the cervical margin, along with the preliminary shape for the future abutment for design approval. The dental technician received the abutment together with the insertion guide and produced a layered zirconia crown over it with an opening for screw retention. Why screw-retained hybrid crowns? Because CAD/CAM abutments do not necessarily guarantee the avoidance of excess cement. In the study in 2016, undetected excess cement was found on the mucosal surface of more than 70% of the customized abutment study. And another study from 2019 on CAD/CAM abutments with different subgingival levels of the finishing line showed cement remnants in almost every area investigated. The deeper the finish line, the more excess cement, regardless the type of cement used. Now back to the case, I tried in the abutment using the insertion guide. As I'm dealing with the screw retained restoration, the finishing line of the abutment can be placed deeper, as there is no way to have excess cement. This is the final hybrid restoration on the day of delivery, seated and torqued with 15 Newton centimeters, and the clinical situation after 3 years showing good integration in the oral environment. The panoramic X-ray at the end of the treatment in 2017 and the periapical X-ray at 3-year recall show a nice emergence profile and stable biological conditions. So, the clinical and X-ray outcomes of these 4 cases clearly showed that the traditional analog way, or the combination analog and digital, if done properly, work pretty well. But implementing the chairside CAD/CAM digital workflow in my everyday practice has offered me the opportunity of getting same-day single implant restorations and also screw retained bridges of utmost precision. I was able to reduce significantly the number of the traditional impressions, so less impression trays, less impression materials used, and also less discomfort for the patient. And I was able also to decrease the number of appointments and the treatment time. Chairside digital systems can address a multitude of clinical cases. First in line is a basic case. A 46-year-old female patient presented with a missing first upper left premolar, having mainly aesthetic concerns. The tooth had been extracted 6 months in advance in another clinic and left for spontaneous healing. I noticed a slight facial concavity, but overall, good soft tissue conditions and good oral hygiene. The panoramic X-ray and the CBCT also showed enough bone volume, so in these optimal conditions, I decided to place an implant. I started by compensating the slight concavity with a roll flap. Then I inserted the implant approximately 4 millimeters from the future gingival margin, and then I added flowable composite over the implant's mount in order to create a proper emergence profile for the final crown. Patient did not insist on having a provisional restoration during the healing time. That is why I went for a customized transgingival healing. After 3 months of healing time, I placed the titanium abutment and the scan body. And I was paying attention to align the anti-rotational markings on both the titanium base and the scan body. And then we were ready for the scanning process. I always scan the gingival contour created with a customized abutment first. Then I scanned the antagonist, the opposing teeth, then the occlusion, and then at last the working area with the scan body in place. Next, the design of the crown was performed, first drawing the cervical contour, then improving the shape and the position of the prototype given by the computer, including the emergence profile, the proximal contact areas, the occlusion, and finally, the final shape was validated and the digital crown was positioned in the virtual block. The Emacs CAD block was then milled in approximately 20 minutes, resulting the pre-crystallized crown. Then glaze and pigments were applied and the crown was inserted in the furnace for another 20 to 30 minutes for the crystallization process. We always take care not to apply glaze over the subgingival part of the crown all the way to the platform of the titanium base. That is why we go for manual polishing in this area. And this is the final aspect of the hybrid crown after bonding it onto the titanium base abutment. It usually takes 2.5 hours to have the final restoration, including scanning, design, milling, glazing, crystallizing, trying in and bonding the crown to the titanium abutment. The hybrid crown is seated, then 50 Newton centimeters are applied, and finally, the proximal contact areas are checked, and then the occlusion is checked as well. This is how we started, and this is how we ended up the case. And this is the clinical view after 1 year, showing a good integration of the crown in the oral environment. And the X-ray follow-up shows stable bone level after 1 year, a small amount of bone remodeling occurred above the implant shoulder due to the pressure applied by the titanium base on the surrounding bone. But this process should not and has not progressed more, as I explained in the beginning of the lecture. Now going further to the next case, the rescue case. This is the case of an extremely demanding lady presented with a provisional crown over a metal cast post and core on tooth 44 without ferrule effect. The patient wanted to have the provisional crowns 44 and 45 replaced with the final ones. When I removed the provisional crown from tooth 44, the metal post came out as well, showing the lack of tooth structure. So I decided to go for extraction, immediate implant placement, and immediate non-functional loading, as the patient insisted on having a provisional restoration for the healing time. Then, analyzing the CBCT, I decided to perform the partial extraction therapy as the facial cortical bone was thin and prone to resorption. The root was sectioned and lingual part was extracted. Then the osteotomy was prepared and the implant was inserted with approximately 30 Newton centimeters. The implant was placed 5 millimeters below the gingival margin lingually and approximately 4 millimeters facially. The titanium base abutment was seated and bone replacing material and PRF were added into the gap between the implant and the shield. Then the scan body was inserted and 5 images resulted from the scanning process, including the biocopy of the provisional tooth-borne restoration. The dental technician proceeded with the design of the provisional restoration. The virtual crown was positioned inside the telio cut block. Then the file was sent to the milling machine, which finalizes the crown in approximately 30 minutes. The crown was cemented to the titanium base, tried in, and finally seated and torqued to 50 Newton centimeters after approximately 1.5 hours from the end of surgery, having no occlusal contact whatsoever with the opposing teeth, nor interproximal contact areas with the neighboring. This is the provisional crown inserted in the day of surgery of the implant placement and the control X-ray. This is how it looked like after 7 days, after 1 week, after 4 months, and after 5 months when the patient came back for the final restoration. I proceeded to the second scanning. This time I added a preparation for full ceramic crown on tooth 45. On the left, you can see the biocopy lower. In the center, the scan with the abutment and the scan body. And on the right side, the superimposition of the first 2 images. It usually takes 20 minutes for the unit to finalize the milling process, thus resulting the crown in the pre-crystallized form. Then glaze and pigments were applied and the crowns were placed into the furnace for the crystallization process. These are the both crowns finalized. Next, I performed the try-in phase, using TempBond for the provisional cementation of the crown to the titanium base, paying attention to the proximal contact areas, to the emergence profile, shape, color, and occlusion. And it usually takes 20 to 30 minutes to complete this step, and I always do it when I'm dealing with 2 or more adjacent crowns. Then the crown was bonded to the titanium base, and the cement remnants were removed, and the crown abutment interface was carefully polished. Just a short comment on the biocompatibility of materials used for abutments and for hybrid crowns. These are the 4 types of materials considered biocompatible: zirconia, titanium, PEEK, and lithium disilicate. The vast majority of the studies refers to zirconia and titanium as the only biocompatible materials, some of them showing no clear preference for either of these two materials with respect to berry implant soft tissue response. But there is growing evidence that supports the fact that super highly polished zirconia is the best solution from the soft tissue biocompatibility standpoint. But still, there is scientific research that advocates the use of lithium disilicate for abutment and hybrid crown fabrication, both from the mechanical point of view, of course, combined with the titanium base to withstand the occlusal forces, and also from the biological point of view by creating two different surfaces. A glazed one, not more than 1 millimeter subgingivally, that prevents biofilm formation, and the manually polished surface starting from 1 millimeter up to the platform or down to the platform of the titanium base, which allows for epithelial adhesion. So yes, besides zirconia and titanium, lithium disilicate can be considered a good choice for implant-supported hybrid crowns. This is the demarcation line between the glazed and the manually polished surfaces. And this is the clinical aspect of the restoration 18 months later, showing a nice preservation of the soft tissue architecture around both crowns. And again, stable bone level around both crowns and also around the fixed partial screw-retained zirconia restoration that had been done previously. Now we get to the ortho case. There is no other way of emphasizing the benefit of using a digital workflow but the ortho cases. Imagine how is it to take a regular impression over these brackets. I use the digital protocol for ortho cases every time I have to do a crown on a patient who wears brace-supported space maintainers. This is the case of a 35-year-old female patient. The left lower second molar was orthodontically uprighted. Then a segment of the orthodontic appliance was kept in place to maintain the result. Guided bone regeneration was also performed, and this is the clinical view 6 months after the guided bone regeneration. I was dealing with pretty thin crestal mucosa, so I inserted the implant approximately 1.5 millimeters subcrestally, and also I choose to increase a little bit the thickness of the soft tissues by using a connective tissue graft from the palate. I took the free gingival graft, then I de-epithelialized it and trim it extraorally, and then I made the perforation for the healing abutment. The gingival former must have sufficient height to prevent the connective tissue graft from being squeezed. The graft was left for healing for 3 months, and I was able to get 5 millimeters of crestal soft tissue thickness. These are the preparations for scanning. And again, this is the scanning process, followed by the design, the digital design of the restoration and the crown fabrication. This is the clinical outcome 1 year down the road. And the X-ray sequence showing stable bone level at 1 year follow-up appointment. Another case of horizontal soft deficiency. In this case, the connective tissue graft from the tuberosity has been used to compensate the loss of volume in the area of tooth 46, and the de-epithelialized mucosa was left for secondary healing. These are the preparation for the scanning process, as you have already seen. And finally, this is the insertion of the final crown. Please notice the large amount of crestal and facial soft tissue. If I remember well, this was the first crown designed by myself just after I purchased the digital system. So yes, the design could have been better. These are some clinical images and the end of the treatment. And this is how I started and how I ended up the case with a proper volume of facial soft tissue. And the clinical aspect 3 years later, showing healthy tissues and nice integration of the crown in the oral environment. And the X-ray series, and the X-ray series with stable bone over the implant shoulders after 3 years. Not only single implant cases can be done using the digital workflow, but also multiple implant cases. But of course, this is not chair-side. So this is the last case of my presentation. A 60-year-old female patient complained about functional issues on her right side. She received a screw-retained zirconia restoration on 3 implants. This was the clinical view 8 months after teeth 44, 45, and 47 had been extracted and ridge preservation had been performed. In this case, the width of the keratinized gingiva was sufficient, so I was able to apply the one abutment, one time concept. 3 implants were inserted with minimal full thickness flap elevation, and short conical straight solid abutments were seated and torqued with 25 Newton centimeters. And the protective caps were seated. After 4 months of healing, the scan posts were inserted in order to perform the scanning. First, I scanned the post, then the opposing teeth, then the working area without the posts and, sorry, I'm going through this again. The opposing teeth, the working area without the posts, and finally the occlusion, the bite, and this is the final result of the scan. The STL files were outsourced, and the dental technician made the design of the future monolithic zirconia restoration using the analogs and the connecting components from the program's database, paying attention to the projection of the screw channels, to the morphology of the crowns, mesial contact area, and occlusion. The dental technician also printed the model. Next, a PMMA restoration replica was milled in order to evaluate the shape of the crowns and the occlusal and proximal contacts, and also the passive fit over the abutments. The PMMA replica was then tried in, and I must add that this is an optional step. It's not mandatory. The idea behind this step is to do minimal changes to the final monolithic zirconia restoration during the final appointment. So basically, if we notice inaccuracies with the occlusion, shape, proximal contact area, we correct them and then we rescan the replica so that the technician can superimpose the new scan with the original one to perform the appropriate changes in the design of the final restoration. Then the final zirconia bridge was milled, and in order to get the final result, the restoration needs to be luted to the metal copings that fit perfectly onto the short conical abutments. This step can be done in 4 ways. First choice is intraorally. The second choice is on the model. Third choice, directly inserting the coping into the restoration if there is no printed model. The fourth option, one coping extraorally and the rest intraorally. Given the precision of the restoration, I usually bonded the restoration extraorally, and the excess cement is carefully removed, and the cement interface also carefully polished. Finally, the restoration was seated and torqued 10 Newton centimeters, and occlusal contacts were rechecked, both in moderate and also in full biting force. This is the clinical view at the end of the treatment at 8 and 18 months, and the X-ray series showing stable bone loss around implants. Now, the analog, the digital, and the combined workflows may provide successful and long-lasting restorations if biologic and prosthetic requirements are met. The analog two-step technique saves time, so it might be useful during the COVID era. But screw-retained restorations are the right choice for this type of teeth treatment, as the finishing line of the abutment is usually placed deeper subgingivally. The chairside digital workflow applies to almost every clinical situation that involves a single tooth gap, and it is up to the clinician to decide whether to go for a hybrid crown or for a hybrid abutment and a separate crown. But using this digital system becomes really useful in the rescue type of cases where the provisional restoration needs to be finalized during the implant placement appointment, and in the ortho cases where taking the traditional impression is almost impossible. Implementing a chairside CAD/CAM system into the daily practice gives the dentist certain advantages. One visit dentistry, this meaning that the patient can leave the office with the final restoration in only one appointment. So this approach might be cost-effective and time-saving. Chairside means that there is no need to outsource the digital files. Almost all single implant restorations can be done in-house. So no analog impression. We all know that a regular polyether impression in a customized tray is usually tricky to remove from the oral cavity. If something goes wrong when taking the digital impression, we can simply rescan a specific area. If for some reason we are not happy with the final result, we can just remill the crown or modify the design and then remill. We are not talking about disadvantages, but more about limitations. Sometimes the emergence profile is captured and transmitted more accurately with the customized abutment impression technique, but there seems to be significant improvement with the new generation of intraoral scanners. The accuracy, and this is a problem, the accuracy for long span restorations is not always predictable. And other relative limitations are related to costs and learning curve. Titanium and zirconia are the mostly used materials for hybrid crowns and abutment fabrication. But still, lithium disilicate proves to be a biocompatible and mechanically durable material, provided that a titanium base is used and the proper subgingival polishing treatment is applied. It is mandatory to evaluate the volume of the peri-implant soft tissues prior to implant placement in order to be able to establish the level of implant insertion, and also to be able to envision the need for soft tissue volume enhancement. Nowadays, implants osseointegration is no longer an issue. It becomes more and more important to preserve the peri-implant bone level. In this respect, considering an implant that incorporates platform switching concept, a proper rigid conical connection that allows for subcrestal placement, the use of one abutment, one time concept whenever possible, and the choice for cement-free restorations, all of this may lead to a reduction in marginal bone loss. But failing to consider the minimal vertical soft tissue thickness might jeopardize all the positive effects of the above mentioned parameters on the preservation of the crestal bone level. I'm grateful to these people who have been inspiring me in my daily work and from whom I've learned a lot. This is my family at home. As you can imagine, the COVID virus was not invented at the time these pictures were taken. This is my family at work. This is my friends from Cluj, Rareș and Smaranda, the dental technicians from Timișoara and Pitești. I thank them all for their support. All you have seen here, all the cases, is a teamwork. Behind them is a teamwork. And I'm looking forward to the question and answer session. Thank you.
Congratulations, dear Sebastian. Very, very nice presentation. And congratulations because you have answered to the questions during your presentation. This is very nice because I have some questions for you, but you already answered about how deep you insert the implant according to the gingiva, what you just said, about the materials for the hybrid abutments, and you already told us, and about the gingival margin and the grafting of the gingiva, and everything was so clear. So thank you again for your presentation. Thank you for joining our SSER Congress for the first time in this online mode. So thank you again, and hope to see you healthy and to have the next one live without any problems and without any global problems.
Thank you. The pleasure was all mine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So thank you to all the participants for joining our Congress. It was very nice to have you in such a big number, more than 1,700 participants for our online Congress. Thank you again. You have 10 days to review the presentations. Don't lose this opportunity. And we hope to see all of you next year in live Congress. Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.